States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have all 7 board members here. And we'll commence with the public hearing on the budget.
Want me to give an overview of the,
Yep, that's what
the, 2021 budget for next year is up some. It is up less than it has been the last 3 years. But there are specific reasons why the budget is increased. At the end of the budget, it shows that the tax levy increases by 3.67%. However, when you look at the department's budget, a third of that increase is employee benefits. And when you look at the jail, a half of their increase is in heating controls and the inmate medical contract. And again, those are things that we have no real control over. There are increases that show up in certain departments that are also tied to revenues. For example, the sheriff's department and the communications are also tied to revenues from the Poland and the RSU contracts. And there's also an increase in the revenues for dispatch services for communications. This budget is a responsible one. It tries to keep us in a healthy place while still deferring some of what we should be doing, increasing reserve accounts, etc. Now, 4 years ago, our fund balance was about $300,000. It should be about $2 million. We're now up at about $900,000, and I'm proposing that we need to still use some of that to keep the taxes as low as possible as we look to try to balance out what we need to do as far as fund balance, what we need to do as far as upkeep and increase our facilities and so on, and keep taxes at a reasonable level. So essentially, that's what has happened. And there are, if you didn't get one, there are copies of the expenditures, revenues, and tax levy floating around here somewhere. And so essentially, the budget is not increased horrifically in the sense of, again, a third of the department budget is in one line, employee benefits, a half of the jail increase. Although what happens in the jail, that's a complicated matter by itself. As some of you know, because we're reliant a good part on state funding, and state funding is never a sure thing, and we're anticipating it probably is going to be somewhat less this year. Counties can increase their jail tax amounts by up to 4%. We have consistently done 3, but this year I'm cutting it back to 2, and so that it helps in our total increases. So again, this is a budget that keeps the status quo pretty much. Does allow us to do some of the things that we have been doing to upgrade, and again, we have presented it to the board, and it's now theirs.
So, thank you, Mr. Administrator. We will now accept comments from the public on any matter of the budget. Anyone would like to address the board?
What is start out.
Sure.
From there.
Yeah, why don't you come on down front? Say your name for the record and then.
Sure.
We'd like to hear what you.
Alan Ward, I represent Lisbon in the Budget Advisory Committee. I'm seeing a budget tonight that's starting at 3.6%. I don't know if anybody's been watching locally what the pressures are on local budgets. Lisbon came in at 0. I know Lewiston's did as well. And I'm expecting that to be a tone that actually plays out through the Budget Advisory. So if there's any cuts that actually can be made, it would be best if it's actually received by the time we get it, because a flat budget is an easier budget to accept. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Any? Yes, please.
Bernice Frazier, I'm from Minot, and I'm on the budget committee on Minot. And I just spoke today with our manager, and she is cutting a lot for the upcoming budget. And there's a lot in this budget that I feel it could be cut. And people are suffering, the people are really looking for help. And I think a lot of it can be maybe cut down. There's needs and there's wants. This year, let's just take care of the needs and let the wants go so we have a better economy.
Great. Thank you, Bernice. Yes, please.
Hi all, Alicia Ray. I am a Lewiston City Councilor and I chaired the Budget Advisory Committee last year. I spoke to this effect maybe 2 weeks ago, but I just wanted to reiterate, and as those before me did, that I think we're really aiming to scale this back from 3.6%. Local municipalities are feeling the crunch and getting very creative, and I know the county is really good at that, so I'd like to see that spirit continue so that we know that the tax levy burden isn't being passed up to our constituents again.
Thank you very much, Alicia.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to comment on the budget?
May I read a letter, not from myself, but from someone who sent a letter in and asked that their views be included with the public comment. And it says, I'm writing to ask you to consider well the situation you find yourselves in as you contemplate passage of your budget. I find it ill-advised to consider any increase in light of the situation we find ourselves. The Lewiston City Council took what could have been an increase of over $2 in the mill rate and ended up with a 0.40 reduction by a cooperative effort with the Lewiston School Department. I've been involved in all governments at the local and county level for 45 years, and there's never a good year in which to ignore the plight of your constituents. Certainly this year would top that list. We in Lewiston recognize that there's little chance that we could replay this act next year, but for once we felt obligated to minimize the suffering people have felt during the course of the pandemic. I only hope that you find it in your hearts and minds to follow this lead, and that was respectfully submitted by Lee Clement, Councilor Ward 6 of Lewiston.
Thank you, Commissioner Christner. Is there any more public comments from anyone?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, will the chair be permitting the public to speak during when we are also considering whether to cut anything or add to any lines?
What's the pleasure of the board on that? Any objection to feeling comments?
What's normally done? What's the normal time?
I don't know, I don't see any reason not to answer public comments
During our process. During our process, not before, like right now.
I'm sorry, what?
During our process, not before, like right now.
Well, Commissioner Larry is asking, once we are considering cuts or additions or whatever, as we're processing it, should we, at the end of, say, our deliberation, ask for any comments on that?
Okay. I wouldn't support that.
You would support that?
I think just because it'd take way too much time.
Mr. Chair, may I just explain sort of a justification for that? the groups that are here asking for the taxpayer dollars always have a chance to speak on behalf of their expenditures that they're requesting. And it would only be fair, they've already had the chance to present once during the budget presentation to us over the past month of August. And it would only be fair for the taxpayers to have that same right, because if we're cutting something that some group wants us to be spending money on and it's on this budget, almost always in the past 3.5 years I've been here, we've always allowed that group to speak. It would be only fair that the taxpayer, who's actually the one on the hook for that, would have the right to speak as well.
If any side speaks, all sides will speak. What if we go through our process, come up with our final package, and then open it up at the end of our process to comments at the end?
Mr. Chair, I think that would be kind of an after-the-fact comment, wouldn't it? After we've already passed the budget?
Not past it, kind of got the work done and say any comments on what we think.
I mean, I'm personally open to comment. I just want to make this as efficient as possible, as opposed to every single line that we're going through, having, you know, one person here, hey, you know, I think we should cut it by $50, and
Agreed.
waiting for another person to come up. That's a bit inefficient. If you have something that's, if somebody in the public has something to speak on about the budget because they've reviewed it and they want to know about, or they want to voice some sort of concern, that's what the public comment time is for, and that's why we put it as one big group, so it's pretty efficient.
Mhm. And that's
But
why I
that's just my-
suggested a hybrid at the end of
Yeah,
our
no,
discussion. One last shot for people to weigh in without me picking on every line.
Mr. Chair, I would just point out that the chair has the authority to limit comments to a certain amount of time. I will certainly say that department heads are able to make their case for why an amount shouldn't be cut. So it would be fair that the public would have that ability. And it does, I believe, the bylaws give the chair that ability to allow comments during an issue, not just at the public comment period, if people choose to speak at that time. Thank you.
Given a small number of people are actually here, let's give it a try, section by section. If it's not working, then we'll shut down that section and say we don't have till 3 in the morning to be here.
Okay.
Very good. No further public comments at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
by all means, I would thank you associated with that, because at first blush, I'm seeing a budget that the commissioners have cut nothing as submitted. And for me personally, last year, it was refereeing at the budget committee. I would entertain discussions as long as they're prudent to the discussion that's actually on the table tonight, because I would really not like to repeat that again for the coming weeks. Anything that can be aired tonight that you guys actually take sends a better message to the budget committee.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ward. No further comments, and we will proceed to the board's discussion of finalizing the preliminary budget. So, I'll require the vice chair if there's a plan to proceed piecemeal on this.
I would say just take it budget by budget, we're starting with 1005, I think is the first budget that we should actually take a vote on, 1005. Which is an open and shut. What?
Mr. Chair.
Here, the Superior Court.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask if there are any members of the public looking for any of the documents that we have for this meeting? I just want to make sure if anybody did want them, that they have that available to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nope, we'll share. So starting with 1005 Superior Court. Do we have discussion on that section?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyd.
Oh, sorry.
I would just propose that we reduce this budget by $100, seeing as the postage was only $70 last year, and it's only $22 this year.
I'll
And
second
then,
that.
and then in general, my approach is going to be kind of nickel and diming it as we go to get to a much larger number, so even though $100 doesn't seem like much, the idea is that you build to it.
Very good.
Anyway, so that's my proposal.
We're going to move and seconded that we reduce the 2005 budget by $100. And Commissioner Larry, any additional comment?
Nope.
No. Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Discussion on this matter?
I would just say that our district attorney did an excellent job in, policing his own budget and reducing where necessary, and thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, any further discussion on Superior Court? Then, is there any public comment that we want on Superior Court budget, section by section? Hearing no comment, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner Whittemore.
Just to clarify, we'll be voting on the change to the budget and the budget itself?
You're voting on the change first, and later on, we'll vote on the acceptance of the
You know, this department,
This
this department's budget.
We're voting on this department's budget now. At the end of today's meeting, we'll be voting on whether or not to accept the entire budget.
But I think his question was, are we just voting on the change to the budget and then voting on whether or not we accept that change?
That is how we've done it in the past.
Sure. So we're voting on the proposal seconded to $100 from the Superior Court budget. All in favor? Vote opposed. Motion carries 5-6 to 1. Commissioner.
We do need to keep in mind that, and I'll make a note of it too, that we have to remove $100 from the revenues, because this is an in and out budget.
Well, no, that's
And-
what, that's why I specified just this $100,
Yeah.
because the witness fees are really the only revenue. The postage is not part of the revenue, or it's not reimbursed. I asked
Oh,
that
okay,
of the
thank you.
DA when he was making this presentation.
Okay.
So further amendment,
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the entire district 1005 budget.
we moved to approve the Superior Court budget minus $100.
In the amount of $11,100.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded to approve the budget at $11,100. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next section will be 1013 or 1010. Next section will be 1010 EMA.
I'm wondering if this is the time, this is the first budget that has the salaries, so if we ought to take the salaries of all the budgets as one discussion.
At a later point?
Well, either at a later point or now, instead of, if we did a later point, back the 3% out now and then take it all as a discussion at one point, or take it as a discussion right now, and just, instead of redoing every single budget, just have one set policy that goes through all of the
All we did.
general, not the general government side.
Commissioner Roy?
I just want to clarify this proposed EMA budget, EMA salaries and probate salaries and district court salaries, those are not under contract, under negotiated union contracts, is that correct?
They're not on a union contract, they're general government. What we've done this year in their budgets, the union contract that was negotiated last year specifies a 3% increase, and so we gave 3% to the regular.
I get that. Okay, thank you.
is there a motion to take up salaries later, now, preference?
Mr. Chair? I would propose maybe that we take that up now because that will also feed into some of our other decisions about trying to get to a 0% budget, whereas otherwise it's sort of after the fact. And I think it may actually help to do it now, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Is that the pleasure of the board?
I agree as well.
Seems to be the pleasure of the board to take that up now. We'll proceed then.
Mr. Chair, do we need a motion?
I believe we do. Need more time?
No.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to take up the
Oh,
salaries for all non-union employees.
Second.
okay. Moved and seconded to take up the non-union salaries now. All in favor? All opposed? We can now close the motion on the salaries itself.
So,
Commissioner Roy?
so incorporated in the current 2021 budget request for all these salary and wages lines was a 3% increase. Is that
That's correct.
Okay.
We did do a calculation of 2.5%, and that calculation shows a difference of $7,985 for the total budget.
So 5% change is essentially, I mean, a 0.5% change is essentially $7,000.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Larry?
Point of clarification, does that include what will also be on the main MERS and the other expenditures such as health insurance, social security, et cetera?
No, that was just the.
So there will be a more cost than just the 7.5% of savings, or $7,500 savings. There will be more than that on that.
Just the main MERS, but the health insurance isn't affected by salary.
But social security was to the first.
That's correct, FICA, main MERS.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
I was wondering if the commission would have a conversation here tonight about backing out that 3%, and I got the calculations by department, if we backed out that 3%, and then in its place under one budget, maybe under the commissioner's budget, or however the treasurer would like to do it, looking at a one-time bonus for employees. There's several employees who could have gone on unemployment and gotten a $600 bonus from the state, or not bonus, but supplement from the state, and look at giving our employees that work through that time that a $600 one-time check. And now they're eligible for steps. I don't want to touch the steps. I'm not looking to lay anyone off. I said that right from the beginning. I'm not looking at any kind of a decrease, but just for a 1 year, not raising, not having an across-the-board raise, but instead a one-time bonus check. There'll be some savings, there'll be nominal savings, with work comp and like that, the taxes, because taxes vary with a larger check than when it's a raise, will probably come out to be pretty much the same. But, it's up to the board. If we did go with that $600 amount, there are 37 government side employees. The $600 would be $22,200.
Commissioner, how much would we save by going forward
I
with
don't
that
know.
option?
You know what, and that's the calculation I should have done. I don't know that.
The number you just gave was 22,500.
22,200, yeah.
The number for a 3% raise is 45,000.
So roughly that.
Oh, I see, so you're suggesting not giving any raises, a 0% raise?
No increase, we'll just.
Except for steps. If they're eligible for steps, they would get
They would
their
go to the
steps.
next step, right?
Right.
But
And the
rate
steps
goes up.
are considerable this year if you look at the numbers, because when I backed out the 3%, there's still a hefty increase. So there are several employees that are eligible for those steps. I don't want to touch those. They've earned those with their seniority. But as opposed to just an across-the-board 3% raise.
So for the cost side, on our side, we're looking at about a half of the savings. We're looking at about $22,000 worth of savings in just salaries and benefits, and another 7.65% in FICA, and another roughly, about how many of the non-union employees participate in the main PERS PLD, do you know? Is it half of them?
On a bonus though, do
Probably,
they have to?
I'm guessing most of them are in the PERS.
On a bonus, I don't think we have to.
No, a bonus you
that,
don't,
And we
yeah.
would not have to pay work comp or
No, but you would have to pay
unemployment
FICA.
on it. Right, yes. And I know those numbers, when you do a lump sum like that, those numbers can get skewed because it puts people in different brackets.
Well, yeah, but that's on their end, that's not on the employer's end.
Commissioner Larry?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just, Commissioner Kirchner, I think I like the idea, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it a little bit more. We will be giving a bonus, a one-time bonus, is it one check
Yes.
of $600, or is it, I'm just trying to understand.
A one,
I'm
one
sorry.
check for the people that worked through, especially at the beginning when things were very uncertain. I mean, we can call it hazard pay, we can call it a lot of different things. I guess I did have one answer for you, 47,002. Was that the same number that you gave, Larry, for 3%?
45,273.
Okay.
And how much is that check you're suggesting, is it 600?
Well, it depends on how much if it was 500, it would be 18,500. If it was 600, it'd be 22,200, 700, 25,900. I keep going. So it would, there would be, I didn't think I had this number. I had that there would be about a $28,000 savings. Now, there may be some employees that would not be eligible for that, and I don't have that information, but I think that's close to the ballpark.
And they would not be eligible because they picked up a 600 from the federal government?
Yes, well, they were hired after,
Right.
after we went through, the difficult spring and summer.
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be pleased with that type of idea, but given the extreme circumstances we're in, the unpredictable situation we're in with the economy, and so many unknowns, and having never been here before, I would entertain voting for Commissioner Kirchner's idea if that's put into a motion.
Mr. Chair, could I just propose that we maybe break it up quarterly or some way where it wouldn't knock people into a higher tax bracket where it might actually hurt them a little bit more than help.
It's not gonna hurt. It doesn't matter if it's.
All right, you're the accountant, okay, but I just
in-house
want to make
accountant
sure.
says no problem.
I just don't want to
I'm
cause
just
any.
floating it out there for
No,
discussion.
no.
I mean, I don't like
I'm not
this.
criticizing it, I just want to make
No.
sure
That's a
that
good
the
question.
employees of the tax
That's a good
bracket.
question.
You're right.
Okay.
I don't like this solution. I don't like any of the solutions I'm gonna bring up tonight. It all bothers me that we have to do what we have to do. But I do think we're at a time when towns need us to support them.
So let me just clarify, so you're saying basically for each department where there's non-union employees, have it reset their salaries and wages line down to whatever would have been for 0% increase. And then in the administrator's budget, add a $22,000 or $23,000 amount to be given out
Right,
for $600 bonus.
A bonus, and I've got some other things when we get there to go with that. What I've done on each of the budgets is I took last year's budget
Mhm.
and found out what 3% of last year's budget would be. and then took what was proposed this year, backed that 3% out, so that the stipends and changes to their contracts or whatever still are reflected in that number, which probably isn't the best way to do
Well,
it, but I
that's-
think
it's
it
one of the-
makes sense
One of
in
the
my
questions I'm gonna
head.
have is like, how are we gonna, without having detailed information in front of us, how are we gonna, on each individual department, how are we gonna get to that?
That's how I did, I took each department, added the 3%, and then whatever that number was, backed it out of what was being asked for this year. Did I say that in a way that you could follow, that clear enough, follow?
Yeah, initial why that would work.
Why it would or wouldn't,
Yeah,
why it would work?
yeah. Why would I, if I add 3% to last year's budget and then back out what they have in this year's budget, why would that? If you added
Well,
3% already.
if they're getting a 3% pay raise over last year, then I was looking for that number, what would that 3% be?
Yeah.
And then I backed that out of what they were asking this year.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Does that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
I wasn't quite sure how to do it, I've done it,
It's not gonna
redone
be-
it
it's
probably a
not gonna be
dozen
precise.
times.
Right, yeah, it's not gonna be precise, but,
Yes,
like, for example, if you look at the EMA's budget for FY '20,
Right,
it
that
was,
is-
it was
there's the problem.
180,000, this year
Yes,
it's
because there's a change in
177,000,
employee-
because of
yes.
the differences in employees.
that one I
So-
just left it flat, I didn't know what to do with that one, because there's been a change of employees there
Right.
in pay scales, and I didn't, so I just left that one flat.
Yeah, okay.
There's another one too, that the numbers didn't quite make sense, and so I just
Yeah,
left it with what they were asking.
okay.
I think, Mr. Chair, we might be able to ask if the treasurer could run some of those numbers. We could probably approve this in concept and then get those numbers back and make sure that that does pan out.
Well, one thing, we could do what we think is accurate and on target today, and then I know the budget committee doesn't want to, would like to get a functional budget to them, but given that we're waiting for some clarification from the treasurer, maybe that's the best way to do it. Do the best we can, everyone will know what our intention is, and then maybe Alan and some of the gang might have to find us a little bit.
Given what you guys are actually discussing, it actually makes sense and the methodology is sound. The one that I'm hearing from the EMA is the wage details, the best way to go. What's that 3% on the individuals that are impacted in this and substituting what you guys are talking about for a bonus? And allow the treasurer to crank those numbers and just present them to the budget advisor. It's easier that way if you guys are in agreement.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Ray or any other budget committee members that are here tonight, does anybody else have, I mean, obviously you can't speak for the whole budget committee, but are, in your own opinion, you're okay with that?
I would say yes, we don't have the wage detail in our budget committee book yet. I'm not sure if the commissioners already have that, but that's missing from us, so once we get more information, we always take it. And it happens the same with interest and insurance, we get that at a later date, so it's okay if we're flying a little bit blind, we know the theory.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Larry?
Commissioner Kushner, would you, or Vice Chair Kushner, would you go on to put your suggestion into a motion?
Yeah, and then what, I have the preliminary numbers so that we have a basis to vote on, and then they have to be tweaked when, you know.
I would put that right in the record, that way it actually goes to the budget advisory as well. That approximate is gonna have some value for that audience. Because it's gonna be the first thing I defend with them on methodology for the other target that's actually gonna be picked up in the commissioner's budget, is the fact that you can't have it both ways. You guys are looking at a compromise to be able to address that for a one-time deal.
Yes, well, are we, is that idea set now is a good time to have the public continue? Okay, please continue. Yeah.
I know you need to save money, I get that. But we have made so many leaps and bounds over the years that I have never seen, and I've been here 36 years now. And you're throwing us back, I don't know how many. We're actually making salaries that are normal for this area by just giving us a stipend, which we've had to swallow multiple times with no increases, nothing, which I'm sure everybody thinks is okay, because it's not their pocket, it's my cost of living, it's my living, it's the people that I work with living. People are saying how this is impacting everybody, and it is, but you're taking away what we worked so hard. We didn't close down. My office didn't close down. People were on unemployment, making their unemployment plus an additional $600 a week. Not a month, not a bonus, a week. We all had to swallow that. They were making a heck of a lot more money than me and all the girls in my office. And whatever. It is what it is. But we stayed and we worked and we worked and we kept working. And now I have to go back and tell them, I mean, can you even think about maybe giving us 1% so we can at least keep moving in the right direction and not, I don't know, it's like a slap in the face where we worked. And we're committed to working and helping everybody, the phone calls we took to help these people that had no place else to go, because a lot of the cities were not answering their phones or not answering their messages, and maybe they were really busy or half-staffed, but we took up that part of the job, just like we do every single day. I just think it is such an insult to the people that work here, and we work hard. I'm just asking you to maybe at least take a 1% instead of just giving us $600. They got that every week. Do you want to give us what they got every week? Calculate that. When they started doing it till the time they stopped. If you want to calculate a bonus, calculate that. That's what those people got. That's not what we got. I'm asking for 1% maybe? That's all.
Thank you. First of all, I don't think anyone here is enjoying going through this process. We didn't really expect it to be this way. We had a budget process last year in an entirely different condition, and it went very, very smoothly. The Budget Committee came back with unanimous support. They did a great job. And so we're looking at how to balance lose-lose situation, really, where the towns need to come up with this money. There's already less money in the system already. We're being strung along by bailouts from the federal government. That can't go on forever. So we're in a dilemma looking for the best way out of this, and I, for one, if we can go back to good times, I hope we can make it up to people. You know, in a year, hopefully we recover from this whole thing and we get back on track. Meanwhile, the idea of 1% increase is attractive. I don't know how that works in the numbers. But I'm guessing everyone here would love to do that if we can make it work. So thank you for your comments. Commissioner Omador.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I think I see is that we don't have a lot of institutional knowledge on the board, and we do have, we've been given, time that was unlike other budgets, but and every time for a long time, there was always a reason to not give the staff a raise. And we did the board had done stipends for one way. Sometimes it was to just avoid increases in the fringe benefits and that sort of thing. But there's always been a good time. It's always been a good time to cut or to not give a raise to our staff. And frankly, I've been really, it's not necessarily a good time to give them a 3% raise, but one of the things I do see is that when I look at the individual, take-home gross of some of our staff who do a commendable job, I'm surprised at how little money that they actually make. And I'm amazed when we can hire qualified people for those jobs when I see what it is. And so that I find very, that we do good work here and it's commendable. And it's never a good time. But what I do think though is I think that we can get to the middle and also have what some people want, and that's a 0% change in the overall budget. I do think that if it was say 2%, that we can get there by looking at other things. And it seems like a lot of people have things in mind. So maybe we could come back to this later and see what the bottom line is after people have had their way with other things in the budget. And then we can see, you know, how far we need to go to get it to a zero, if that's the goal of the board, before we, you know, so we can look at the whole thing and before we do this.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner Larry.
So I have two, I actually, like Commissioner Medore's idea of, why don't we go through the different lines first, I mean, the different departments first, pick out non-payroll stuff that we can reduce by, see where we're at, and then decide on what we can do for vote, as far as if we need to cut wages, how far do we need to cut wages? And then the second one was, I'm wondering if the budget committee members could just speak to whether or not their towns had any raises for their employees in their budgets, their current year budgets.
Question. Any budget committee members have that knowledge that Commissioner Roy is required?
Yes. Lisbon actually honored the 2.5%. That's actually in our net zero. We had to work backwards to see, to be able to make the commitment to our employees, how to actually make the rest of the budget work.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Ward.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Larry.
Mr. Ward, may I ask, was that under contract though, union contract, some sort of other, or collective bargaining agreement?
Very few, mostly patrol. Actually, Lisbon's the anomaly in that regard, but I figured the fact that I work in a municipality too, if you're gonna speak in one form, you might as well be talking to the entire workforce. When you divide the workforce, you actually are pitting one group of people against each other, and it always backfires.
So, it's the pleasure of the board to defer the discussion on wages
Mr. Chair.
a little later. Commissioner Larry?
Did that second line to be addressed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would suggest, I certainly respect the frustration and the feelings of not getting a raise. And I understand that, and the frustration of people sitting on their couch and getting paid $600 extra for unemployment. That wasn't our choice as commissioners. That was something a bunch of politicians in Washington decided to do to try to curry votes. But that gravy train has also run out at this point. And those people, if they've been, those people that have sat there on unemployment deserve to now figure out that they should have looked for work. Many people, I know people that kept working. They had the option of going off of work, and all the people that went off of work never got hired back or finally got hired back. And other people took that decision to stick with the job. I'm thankful for my job. Whether I get a raise or not, I'm still thankful for the work I have. And I'm thankful that I can at least put food on the table. And at this time, that's something that I think we need to be aware of, that there's jobs, the jobs here are secure. Nobody's talking about cutting anybody's job. And I think that we should instead go for a 1% raise at this point, which was requested, and see what else we can save so that we can do everything we can to help the taxpayer at this point, because not all of them have jobs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are we of the mood to defer the discussion on wages to later in today's session?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for 1% raise across the board for non-union.
We move to make a motion of 1%. Give it a second. That motion dies for lack of a second. That motion can be made later on in today's session. Commissioner Christner.
If we did leave this discussion till later, it would be a great motivator to cut in other areas so that we could preserve, what we could give to the employees, and that would give us a lot of motivation to make the other hard calls and protect employees, and give them what we can at the end.
I'd prefer to go with Commissioner Roy and circle back to salaries at the end.
Yeah,
So that's,
I agree, that's I believe that's the method that we should go for.
all right, so we'll set aside the discussion on wages till later.
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Post said, I missed it. the magic number to get you down to zero from 3.6? Is that 270,000, Larry?
316,
316, 160?
no, 369.
369.
369,
So
646.
you have a $370,000 target just to keep track of, that's all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very good.
As we're talking about, one of the things that I can do, I don't want to, for obvious reasons, but last year, we took $100,000 from the county reserve account, and this year I had reduced that to take only $50,000. We can up that to the $100,000. That will bring us down to exactly 3%. I'd prefer not to do it because it's gonna bite us later on in a number of years, but that is one of the options as opposed to cutting people's salaries and so on.
Mr. Post, as a follow-up question, how much did you grow fund balance this past year for the public? That goes a long way if you can actually consider by increasing that 50 grand, did you have it?
This past year, actually, our fund balance reduced a little bit. We're looking at, this year, it's going to, I don't know, by the end of the year, it should increase up to where it
So
should.
to Mr. Post's point, it may be a risky venture considering what he's suggesting because it isn't going in an increasing direction.
So, raise your hand, Commissioner?
Yeah, I just want to make a point of clarification. So going into starting in FY '20, we had an unassigned fund balance of $881,000. And we had assigned fund balances of $560,000 and restricted fund balances of $110,000. So that 881 figure is really where where we can play with, and your projections are that this year's ending fund balance, unassigned fund balance would be slightly higher than 881, meaning at the end of FY '20.
That's my guess. Now, we're going to have some reduced revenue, for example, even though we don't make it, there's going to be reduced revenue in civil and so on. Deeds is still, their revenue is probably going to be up from last year. And then we have, then you take the amount of overlay and so on. So I'm anticipating that there is going to be an increase in the fund balance. At least that's the hope.
Yep.
So, back to the emergency management budget.
Line 4105, the mileage, we have an automobile that belongs to that department. That's not been a budget item that has been budgeted or spent for the last 4 years. I went back 4 years on it, so I'd like to change that 500 to a 0.
A second.
Move the second to
So just to clarify, we're talking about the emergency management agency?
Yes, 4105,
4105.
1010, 4105.
Moved and seconded to change the 500 to 0. Discussion on that? No? All those in favor of cutting 500? Those opposed? Carries unanimous? 621, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Commissioner.
I'd like to propose we move line item 1010.4115 lodging to 350.
Move lodging 4115 to now 500 to 350.
I'll second that.
Moving seconded, move 500 to 350. Discussion on that?
The only thing is, in the last 4 years, they've never paid over $275 for lodging. We've never needed more, it's never been spent out more than $275.
Accept the friendly amendment.
Move to amend the amendment to be 275. Seconded by Mr. Roy, have that number be 275.
I would just remind you and make you again aware that the EMA budget, 50% of that budget is reimbursed by the state. So
And then half
So the savings is half. Further discussion on the amendment to change the budget to 275? If not, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carries 6-1.
4120 has not been an expenditure that we've used, that's been introduced or used in the last 4 years, so I'll have to move that $100 to zero.
Move to reduce other travel expenses to 0 from 100. Seconded. Commissioner Roy. Discussion on that? Not all those in favor? All those opposed?
Mr. Chair, just in general, travel for the coming year, given the time frame that you guys are putting the budget together, should be the #1 target. Because the fact that it's going to be the hardest item to actually see coming out of COVID-19. Travel in general, anything that's got lodging and in person is going to be hard to do.
You're saying there'll be a need for that to be seriously
No.
reduced?
And I'm saying the fact is it's going to be damn hard to actually get anybody together to do training that's actually not working.
So the demand's not there. Yeah. Thank you.
We're going in for it now.
Commissioner Miller.
So on the same side, if we're cutting from the EMA budget and we have a match revenue line from the federal government for half that, we should be trying to consider that when we're cutting it. So if we've cut, $700 or so, really, I think it's more like $350, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, 4205, gas, oil, and grease, and the most we've ever spent out for that was there's 214 in 2019, but there was one a couple years before that that was slightly higher. And so for 4205, I'm proposing we cut that to 250, cut it in half.
Second.
Moved and seconded to cut the oil and grease budget to 250 from 500. Discussion? All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Chair.
Please.
4210, repairs on automobiles. I know in 2019, we had somewhat of a shock loss at 1705, but consistently that budget has been over the years at 150. And so I would like to propose that we keep that at 150.
Move to reduce the repair budget to, oh, you want to leave it at 150?
Leave it at
Okay, we'll leave
150.
it at,
That's pretty much what it's,
yeah.
This year, they spent considerably less, but a couple of years ago, it came in right around 150, seemed to be where it's at for automobile repairs.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner.
Have we voted on that one?
We left it the same, didn't we?
No, we don't, okay. I have a proposal for 4315 telephone. Seeing as that expenditure hasn't risen higher than $5,700 in the past few years, I propose cutting it by $1,000 to $5,600.
I can't speak to it directly, but I know they're doing something different with the phones down there. There's a new system coming in, and I'm very confident that there was a logical reason that number's there.
So, move to cut the phone budget to what?
$5,000.
5,000.
$5,600.
It's 5,700 currently.
Keep down to 5,000.
So you want to put it to 5,000?
I'll second that. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
That was 5674, is that right?
Correct.
Excuse me, sir, we have 4 minutes left of recording time.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Commissioner Larry?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so that cuts the cost down to 4,700 or 5,654, just for final clarification.
5,654.
Okay, thank
Or
you.
$1,000.
Thank you.
What line item was that?
That was 4350.
So we skipped over 4 line items there. 4 line items.
4315?
Telephone.
Yeah, 4350.
Are we on a hold for you to change over right now?
As soon as you give me the go-ahead, I'm going to stop it. You have now 2 minutes left.
All right.
We can probably do one more in 2 minutes. 4305. It's requested 4180. I think 4,000 covers the historical expenses there.
That's really interesting.
Second.
$43,500.
4305, reduce it to 4,000.
You want to read?
It's on 4,300, 3,400 on this sheet.
No, it's 4,180.
That's the current year. The 2021 request is 4,180.
All right.
If that helps, right?
All right.
1 minute left.
1 minute, okay.
I second.
Moved and seconded to reduce the electricity to, what was the number?
4,000.
4,000 even.
4,000 even. Discussion? All in favor? Those opposed? Carries 6-1.
Do you have time for one more, Dave?
No. Okay.
All right, so now we just stop it. All right, you're recording.
We're on. Wait a second, see if y'all can hear.
You ran all the way to your car?
No, it was out in the waiting city. I literally walked in and sat down and it's right in my back.
Never seen anyone run across the street so fast.
I thought we were on a quick time frame, so I was trying to make it quick. That's why I watched, because I ran all the way over there. We need to start parking closer. There's no spots on the front.
Good. All right, good. Let's continue. We're still on the emergency budget. Mr. Roy.
Mr. Chair, given that the budget that we approve is on a departmental basis, and I don't want to try and micromanage how the department head's budget is broken out, and besides, it doesn't really matter how it's broken out, as long as they expend within wherever we approve for their department budget. And also, in the interest of saving time, I would just suggest that we, for each of these departmental budgets, go through, scan them, make a recommendation on what cuts, if any, we want to make to those departmental budgets, and then and then give the department heads and the administrator, this is your number for your budget, you parse it out however you want to parse it out.
So suggesting today to come up with a number, I would like to get to, and
I suggest that instead of going line by line, we
Yeah.
simply go department by department.
with a number, and then make suggestions on what they cut, or just leave it?
No, vote on a cut budget,
On a cut budget, but not line by line.
not line by line. Just simply go, well, we propose for EMA, let's say, for example, we propose that we cut that budget
Yeah.
down to whatever, $20,000, and so we're gonna vote on it this way. And then that gives the department head the ability to go, well, I actually did want $6,000 for telephones, and so I'll find it somewhere else. I'll find those reductions somewhere else in our budget, instead of us trying to figure it out.
Mr. Roy's suggestion, we go department by department, giving them a number that they would like them to reach, rather than micromanaging the line budgets. Commissioner Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly understand the desire to make this quick, and I certainly don't want to drag this out any more than necessary. However, as commissioners, we are the representatives of the taxpayer, and if there are areas that they feel are not being addressed, this is one of the areas where we're actually able to really use and the power of the purse to make sure that the funding goes to the right areas. If there are complaints, that we're able to address those, whether that's increasing or decreasing money into that. And obviously, the department heads are here, so they do have the ability, as they have done in the past 3 budget hearings that I've had the privilege of taking part in. They make their case as to why those expenditures need to be. Some put the information right in the packets ahead of time, others don't. So that is up to them, but I would suggest that it would be better for us to go line by line, but if basically what I would propose is we instead just run through the list, and if there is something that a commissioner wishes to change, that they would speak up. If not, we would move on to the next line item and then do it that way. I think that's how we did it last year and the year before, and it worked fairly quickly.
2 ideas before us. So one is to give the departments the number that we want, have them manage their own budgets. And the second idea is for us to go through in a more expedited manner each line, see who wants to raise up or down. We'll take a motion towards one of those and dispense one or pass one. And
That's fine, Mr. Chair. If you're going to cut the department's lines, could you give the department head an opportunity to reflect with you some of the
Yes.
reasonings of why, before you just start?
We will at you may not know, we will at the end of each section, for instance, on emergency budget right now, when we come up with whatever we're coming up with, then we'll invite Angela to come up here and comment.
Okay,
And then-
it just seems like you may be revisiting the same lines you've already voted on. Mr. Chair?
I like Mr. Roy's approach, but one of the things that I would add to that, I've heard a little bit of discussion, and Angela, I know I'm a fan, the fact that second vehicle has a target in the EMA budget. If you've got a key thing that is in your recommendation for a budget, identifying it, that way it gives the rest of you guys an idea of what he's actually looking at. Because Angela might feel that that has value, putting it back in, but if you're going specifically after that second unit that actually doesn't get budgeted, that would help in the record for, again, the county budget when we look at it, the advisory.
So with that,
Yes, they did. You see,
Yeah,
you're
so if
asking
you're
them line by
targeting a
line.
specific line item in your recommendation, when you're making that motion for reduction, it helps.
okay, so
It helps.
Just to walk-
Mr. Titus will go line by line.
just walk through, I think Mr. Ward's saying is, so we will still go department by department, but someone could offer that line 6, we want to eliminate that entirely, we want to give the department head the ability to manage the budget, except we don't want this to go to be funded at all or something. So we could require the board if there's something in particular they want to have a vote on.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lane.
Using some of what Mr. Ward is saying and the desire that I, as well as the rest of the commission has of making this quick, I would just propose we go, 1010.4105, any changes? If we say anything, we go on 1010.4110, any changes, nobody says anything, we just assume and we move right along. If there is something that the commissioner wants to revisit while we're still on that budget, we can come back to that. I think that's how we did it in the past, and I think it would work fairly quickly as long as the commission's willing to assume that if we don't speak up on something, that we're leaving it as requested for the 2021 request. And that really keeps the power of the person as, thank you.
Further comments on those two ideas, Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to concur with Commissioner O'Leary on that point. I feel like it will be difficult to come up with an arbitrary number to cut a department by without backing it up with something. How do you arbitrarily choose a number without going through the fine detail? That's my feeling.
Comments on that?
No, just want to move forward.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to that effect. To go line by line
Continue with line item.
and presume that it is approved by the commission unless the commissioner speaks up. Well, to go, my motion is to go.
Mention each line,
Yeah.
unless the Commissioner
And-
speaks up,
and-
as he did last year.
Back up to 4306.
I'm not really sure how that's different than what the current one. Okay. If that's the motion.
The motion is to continue with the budget as we are doing, except expedite it a little faster. Just going through each item, the commissioners will speak out if they want to offer a change. That's the motion currently. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
The second is.
Keep going.
Yeah.
All those in favor? 3.
Do it, I guess.
Just go.
All those opposed? Sorry. Motion passed 5-2.
Whatever.
Okay, off we go.
Here we go.
Where were we?
4306.
4306 gas, any input on that?
I'd like to back the 3% increase. Propane prices have actually are on a slow decrease, and I don't see any need for a 3% increase. So that would take that request of $29.30 to $2,800.
Second.
Up that 3%.
Moved and seconded to move gas to 2,800 from 2,930. Discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Sewerage, 650, any comments there? 4310, sewers. Uh, 4311, water, currently at 190. Any changes? We can't go back if someone has a second thought, you can bring us back, you're not stuck with, we passed it over. Telephone, 6654, line 4315.
We already covered it.
I've done that, thank you. Rent equipment, 0. 4610, repairs, building repairs, currently 500.
Mr. Chair, I move 300.
Moved. Building
Second.
repairs moved to 300, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Discussion on that.
I have a thought. I'm concerned just because that building is old and it requires a lot of repair as.
They actually need 10,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
So I'm concerned about cutting that one.
Commissioner Roy.
If it needs significant repairs, then I would suggest that we use, of the $411,000 of capital reserves that we have as opposed to budgeting $500. And the capital reserves, if we use that, to add it in the budget right now.
Further discussion?
And also, there's been nothing in the last 2 years anyway, so. So I
Further-
seconded it.
Seconded and moved 500 to, was it 350 or 300? 300. Ready for the vote? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries 5-2. Equipment. equipment repairs, currently at 800. Any change in that?
That's twice as much as what we budgeted the last few years for that.
Chair understands Commissioner
So
Christner moves to
proposed for
adjust that to 400.
Second.
Your second, move seconded to adjust equipment repairs to $400. All those in favor? Opposed? Base radio repairs, $2,000. Any changes in that?
Well, we've budgeted a significant amount for 2 years in a row for radio repairs, and so I'm wondering if we can just hold that steady or maybe put it at 500 for 1 year, where we've made some investment in bases, in new bases and new batteries for those radios.
Motion for 500.
Yeah, I guess I
Motion
would.
for 500, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Carries 5. 61. Mobile radio repairs is at 0. 4820 dues, $50.
Mr. Chair, I move 0, seeing as it's not been expended in the past 2 years.
Move to reduce dues to 0 from $50, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. Discussion on that?
Is there a certain organization that was budgeted for that $50? That wasn't, that we didn't join before?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Or
Yeah, it's the Maine Emergency Management County Directors Council.
Moved by, who moved that? Commissioner
So that
Lang.
would take care of the deputy and the director.
Moved, was that seconded? Seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All in favor of reducing $50 to 0, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, motion carries 6. Postage, $48.35, currently 0. $49.30, registration, enrollment, enroll Maine, $50 for that.
Mr. Chair, I move 0.
Move to reduce the registration enrollment Maine to 0 for $50. Is there a second on that? Moving seconded to reduce that to 0. Any discussion?
Could we ask her what that organization is?
Yeah, can we inquire what that $50?
That's just registration fees for like conferences. So in the past, that was for the Maine Prepares Conference that the previous director spent.
Thank you. Molino, further discussion? All those in favor of cutting that to 0? All those opposed? 3. Motion passes 43. Food grocery 0, fuel 0, automotive supplies 0. EOC maintenance, $500. Item 5325.
I move to cut that amount to $350, seeing as in 2019, there was only $329 expended.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reduce $500 EOC maintenance budget to $350. Any discussion? All in favor? Those opposed? Carries. Still one. Office supplies, $53.35, $1,200.
I move to put that down to $600.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reduce the office supplies budget to $600. Any discussion? Not, all those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. 61. Printing and, yeah. 600, 5345, printing and reproducing, 2411 proposed.
The highest expenditures I could find on that category was for 1,300, so I'd like to move it to that amount.
Reduce it to 1,300.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reduce printing and reproduction to 1,300. Commissioner?
Often those copiers and whatnot are leased, and so it's a kind of a fixed lease number. So, you know, if you don't have enough, then you just don't have a printer. So you might want to inquire what that is like for cost. They're surprisingly expensive.
Ms. Molina was taking notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we will hear from her before we make a final decision on this section.
I'm sorry, what was that reduced to?
1,300.
Companies.
Training supplies, $400. Everyone all right with that? We'll move on to clothing and uniforms, $100.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I wanted to request 200.
For training supplies.
Yes, sir.
Moved and seconded to reduce that budget to $200. Any discussion?
10-10-5345, what did that pass? What was the, how did that pass?
1,300.
Nope, how many? 44 against?
That was,
I didn't hear if you voted, I apologize, Mr. Chair, I'm in favor of it.
I think it was 6 to 1. Move to reduce training supplies to 200 and reduce seconded by Commissioner Moore. Any discussion? Not all those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6 to 1. $100 for clothing and uniforms, we know that already. Books, periodicals, and subs. $260. Subscriptions.
What are those two?
That's the Sun Journal.
On each of the budgets, I'm going to be asking that this year that we not subscribe to magazines and newspapers, with the idea that we're going to save out as much as we can of this budget to put toward employees. So I'd like to reduce that to 0.
The online subscriptions also cost money. Suggestion that they.
Yeah, I'd be willing to put some in for online subscription, sure.
Is it any less?
It is.
It's $260 something.
That this is for online?
Yes.
This is
Oh,
already
this is
an
the
online.
online, okay.
Yep.
We all right with that?
Again, line doesn't really make much sense to try to micromanage instead of just giving them a number to work at. But no other discussion for me on that.
Has that been moved for 0, Mr. Chair? Been seconded, I second it, has been seconded.
Moved and seconded. You keeping your motion?
That's already the online. I'll pull that motion back.
Okay, there's no motion at this time to reduce that. Waiting to entertain a motion or move on.
Mr. Chair, move 0.
Move to reduce that budget to 0. Do we have a second?
Which one is this?
This is online subscriptions, books and periodicals and subscriptions.
Second.
Move and seconded to move that to 0. Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion fails 4-3.
So what was decided on 10-10-5405?
I think I passed over.
5, we passed over that.
Mr. Chair, I move 0 on 5405.
I thought we were talking about that.
We did,
Yes,
we can't go
sure
back.
did, for a minute.
Is there a second for that? Hearing no second, we'll move on to communications, $100.
Or statutes and reference.
That's a 0. We're happy with that. Any changes on communications, $100?
Mr. Chair, I move 0, seeing as it's not been extended in the past 2 years.
Move to reduce that to 0, communications, 3310.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy.
May I ask, is that your subscription to Zoom?
Yep, and Microsoft Teams.
So I think because of the change in, the way we do business, we may want to consider leaving that.
Mr. Chair, I retract my motion. Thank you.
Motion has been withdrawn, we leave communications as it is. Fixtures and furniture, $1,800, $73.25. $1,800. Commissioner?
I'm going to be asking all the departments to just hold off 1 year on upgrading any furniture or equipment. Save it for next year,
Reducing that to zero, or maybe
reducing it to
$100 to
zero.
buy for school.
So point about a clarification, are you going across the board with these line items, like publications? We have a newspaper subscription, it's online, and it's not for pleasure, it is for the purpose of obituaries, which kind of ties in directly with what we're doing. So are you doing it across the board right now?
We're actually just doing emergency management.
Okay, so it is the MA.
Yeah, and at the end, we'll kind of invite Angela to comment on what you've done.
I don't have a percentage.
Furniture, fixtures have been moved to be reduced to zero. Is that seconded?
Second.
Seconded, moved and seconded to reduce furniture to zero. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries 4-3.
It's 43.
Okay. Motor vehicles, $10,000, $73.45. Commissioner?
I'm not comfortable with this being the year to commit to a new truck. However, I'd like to leave a little bit of money in that account to pay for gas and mileage when they use the sheriff's department truck or another department's vehicle. So I'd like to reduce that $10,000 to $100,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded to reduce the $10,000 motor vehicle to $100,000. I'd like this enough. You should think $100,000.
I don't know, probably ask the sheriff, he'd be the best one to ask on that.
500.
Sheriff already disagreed. We'll discuss it at the end of our initial.
So is the lease up on this? I mean, we're just
No,
gonna-
we were buying it, this was new vehicle,
And what happened?
addition of a
Yeah, what
vehicle.
happened to the other one?
There's no bill.
Well, what's this 4683 every year?
Back then, used.
That was the previous year.
Yeah, no. So
For the truck.
That I believe is the last
For the
one, the car.
vehicle. That is now paid off?
right, we haven't sold it or anything, right?
No.
How old is it?
4 years. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't do well hauling trailers. It being a sedan.
Mr. Chair, for the benefit, I think that actually is a 3-year lease that when it's actually paid, it actually gets transferred to the sheriff's budget.
This
And
year,
actually it's always
they
there.
decided not
So
to.
you don't lose sight of the fact that it's based on the 50% to be able to cover someplace else in the budget. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it's 3 or 4, thank you.
4 year. And at that 4th year.
That 4th year, it's transferred in and Angela gets a new vehicle. It's actually something that's covering on something else on the sheriff's budget.
And
Didn't
this
you
is,
decide though this year you weren't going to send your vehicle over to,
no, we had to pay it off first.
There's been conversations back and forth between the Sheriff's Department and EMA as far as how that's all going to work. They originally was thought that last year they would transfer it. It turns out that information that it would be paid off this year wasn't, or last year wasn't correct.
so
But
do you
there's
need
been
$4,000 to
conversation.
pay it off? Do
Pardon?
you need another $4,000?
No, it's
I
not paid
understood
off.
the $10,000 was to purchase a
That
new
is,
truck.
the vehicle is now paid off this year. But there's been conversations between Sheriff's Department and EMA, and those conversations, I think, there was miscommunication on both sides, as far as transferring the vehicle. Frankly, if they get a truck to haul trailers, I'm not sure that that's the wisest decision to, if they have meetings in wherever around the state. So anyway, that discussion will be ongoing.
If I'm wrong, correct me, I thought you told us that you were not going to transfer that vehicle over to civil this year, you were going to keep it.
That's what Sheriff said. And
I didn't say that. So there was a misunderstanding that it was going to be disposition to the sheriff's office last year, based off conversations that I wasn't a part of, the previous director. So it sounds like there was some misunderstanding. I checked with the treasurer's office, we still had another year to pay on it, and that just happened this April. The last $4,000, 4,000 something, we just paid on that this April. So we couldn't have disposed of the equipment before it was paid off, and this year it was paid off.
Okay, so what is your intention with the EMA car then for this next budget year?
My intent was to uphold the agreement that the previous director had with the sheriff's department, and disposition the vehicle to the sheriff's department, and then purchase something that was more accommodating to the department, which is something that could haul the trailers that we have. And also the trailer I'm hoping to receive with Homeland Security money.
We talking a mobile message board? We talking a mobile message board, or what size trailer?
8 by 24,
So it is a legitimate car hauler trailer.
size of one trailer.
Right.
Mr. Chair, hadn't we brought up the idea of utilizing the county truck to haul trailer?
Sheriff's Sheriff's Street.
Yeah, sure.
What happened with that?
Last week I was asked, and I said I didn't want to comment on another department head's budget, because I wouldn't want somebody commenting on mine. It was asked to help save money if we had the ability to tow for them a trailer to, I believe, the Balloon Festival was used as reference. And I said, as long as we have prior notice, we'd be happy to accommodate and tow with our Suburban. Still willing to do that. We've moved on from this whole car thing. It's news to me that we're planning on getting it, because as you know, projected replacing our fleet within our fleet. We've geared it towards that. And yeah, obviously, I did recommend the county truck, but I don't know if it has capabilities. But if they need something towed, we have a vehicle that we tow trailers with for alternative sentencing programs, for OUI awareness at schools. Sometimes it's used at community fairs that I'm sure has the capacity to tow whatever needed. But again, if she's trying to accomplish something for her department with vehicle purchases, I don't want to be the enabler not to allow her to do that. That's where my discomfort comes in. Last week when you asked me to comment on our budget, we all have goals in our budgets, and I don't want to be the roadblock to whatever she's trying. And I say whatever because it's her, whatever they're trying to accomplish with any MA. But on the short term, because you did say to me, could you do it just for this year? And of course, we're willing to help. And just like I think if Dave's truck could do it, he'd be willing to help. And if it's for a year thing. But as far as the car goes, we've made plans, and I know they have other uses for maybe when they're having meetings. We've planned our rotation accordingly. We were advised we would be getting it. I've never heard that we would be. So therefore, I just assume stay with what it is and rely on transferring cars within our divisions, because we've come up with acceptable rotation that works, and that way she can still maintain her vehicles.
Director, I want to make it clear, this was not, and like you said, this was not the sheriff's idea. I was the one that started asking, we have a truck out here, could the truck hold that trailer? And that would be, then we could postpone the purchasing of a truck until a year when everyone is on more solid footing. This was not a solution he brought up, this was just questions I was asking. And
Understood.
okay.
Yeah, so, yes, that could work for planned events, I don't know how that would work in an emergency event. So,
All right, Commissioner Larry.
If there's an emergency event, I would, it's dangerous to assume, but presume that school, drug awareness programs or drunk driving awareness programs, or, if we have a real bad emergency, we're not gonna be focusing so much on taking inmates out for work details as much as, so I feel that possibility of using that Suburban may actually be feasible. Is that correct?
We tend to prioritize with public safety events rather than coordinated feel-good programs. So I think it's kind of common sense would dictate that we're going to go to the emergency over the fair or the school. The reason we need to coordinate transportation is the vehicle is available at the jail. So we'd be making arrangements to make sure the vehicle is available for their use, even if it's at a time we're having a program. During an emergency, should have a contact person, we'd have to have somebody available to, assist her. I mean, there's practical issues with it. Well, it wasn't explained to me towing a trailer during emergencies. We would just have to develop protocols like we do with other instances. Like from time to time, Lewiston needs to make use of our van. They know who to contact, we make the arrangements quickly. The van's used for like when they do sweeps or other things like that. This would be set her up with a contact so they know and somebody available to use the vehicle.
Mr. Chair. Ms. Molino, this is for a trailer that is being requested via a grant from the federal government, so this is not a trailer we have now that we have to be able to tow around, is that correct?
So it's for trailers that we already have in our possession and the trailer we're requesting.
Are the trailers we have in our possession already needing that size of vehicle?
No, it would be for the trailer that we're requesting, but it would be easier if we had a truck to relocate the other trailers as well.
Understood.
But with this, I, in my application, plan for 1 year for planning for the trailer. So the truck wouldn't, it's not necessary to have this year.
The truck?
We could, sorry, yes. I think I misspoke there.
Mr. Martin?
But you would still need to do, it's likely, given the age of the vehicle and the fact that it's towing something that's not really designed to tow, likely to have repair costs associated.
Like the van we use right now?
No, I'm talking about the car. You said you had a sedan.
We don't haul trailers with the car.
Oh, I thought that's what you considered.
No, it's not capable of hauling trailers. Yeah.
And I don't want you to see you pull a county EMA vehicle trailer in with a U-Haul truck. I'm not trying to put you in, we want to do things decently. I guess where I'm going is this may not be the best year to go forward with it.
Understood.
And if we could squeeze another year out of the car, share vehicles amongst departments for your events that you mentioned in your request. And I know, federal funding could go away, that's my concern is this isn't the best time, the best time to take on that kind of commitment. I'm not sure, we're looking at 4 years payoff on the truck.
Yep.
I'm just concerned this isn't the best time to make that kind of commitment.
I think that's reasonable. So I just wanted to add too, in the past, the trailers were hauled by volunteers, and that's a concern of mine, not
Yes,
being
it
covered
should
by
be.
insurance. So the smaller trailers can be hauled by the van that we already have in our possession. It's just the larger trailer that we already have, if that's fully packed. I think there's an issue with the van, but we can make sure that's not, we can plan for that.
I'm not trying to go through your budget too and just hash and slack. I know
I
it
think you
feels
only
like
missed
it,
one
I know.
line.
I've got a place I'm going, I'm
We
going
can go
towards
back there
zero.
and visit that one.
And I'm just trying to find a path to zero. I've got a couple paths to zero and, you know,
I think you
everybody's,
almost got me there.
everybody's gonna feel like it's a hash job. I'm sorry, I don't want you to feel like I know you feel like you're not supported tonight and I don't know, you know, how to back out of that, but got
So
someplace,
it is
we've got
reasonable?
someplace we're trying to
Yeah.
get to.
Is this my time to drop now? All right.
We're inviting you, it's not really, but we'll make an exception.
All right, ready?
We slipped you in there.
Okay. So, oh dear, I think I skipped that.
For the sake of the, Mr. Chair, I'd ask for the sake of those watching that we actually use the mics.
For the recording. Just definitely.
Oh,
Just
okay. Okay. So now this is my time to make comment on the cuts?
Still have three more lines.
You know what, why don't
You
you
still have
just,
three more
give us
lines?
just a second, we'll go through another three
Okay.
lines, and we'll
I'll get.
come back to motor vehicles last. And then you can address the entire department budget.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Thank you.
So we're skipping motor vehicles for now. Office equipment is at zero. Grant reimbursement is at zero. Computer software, hardware equipment, 5,500, that's our last time.
Mr. Chair, I move 2,500 for computer software equipment. Thank you.
Move 2,500 for computer software equipment.
I'm hesitant to second, just because I realize that there are upgrades that need to happen.
So
But
it's
Ms. Molino is,
seconded to cut that to 2,500. Any comments?
Commissioner Kelly, may I just ask, is there anything in our budget packets? I have a cover page, I don't even have anything else, unless I've lost it.
Yeah, right, so you need to send that, right?
Yes.
So you need to, I think we need to keep the GIS maintenance
GIS
fee.
manual maintenance fee of 1,500,000.
I guess-
Commissioner Kirschner's
Credits
working on it.
and $3,000 for 2 laptops.
Okay. Maybe let me,
Could your laptops, can we squeeze one more year out of the 2 laptops you're requesting in that budget line? And I know sometimes you can squeeze another year and sometimes you can't, but is there any way that we could take 3,000 and just push those laptops one more year?
Could we reduce it to 1,500 instead of 2,000?
There's a whole board here, so.
Reduce it by, the 3,000, reduce it by 1,500?
I think our teacher.
That would get me one laptop?
If I may, I just had a quick question about that. I'm wondering, and I'm not familiar yet with the capital expense policy or the capital policy. If we were to purchase those in the latter half of the year, would the expense hit half in one year and half in the next year? Well, I'm curious about how that works. But if I may though, there is some dollar amount where the capital policy gets triggered and the expense goes over multiple years, is that correct? Okay.
So we're moving forward with the motion 2,500.
Mr. Chairman, I motion 3,500.
The
Second.
amended and seconded to change the motion to 3,500 expenditure. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carried. Next one. And now back to motor vehicles. You're on, yeah.
4105, mileage was reduced to 0, but then there was discussion to add 100, no, what was it, reduce the motor vehicles to 0, but then leave in 100 for mileage and fuel. So then I would like to request that mileage
and fuel not be reduced to
Be in the
zero.
correct line?
Yes.
Be in the correct line?
Yes. And not,
Correct line, Mr. Chairman, what is correct line?
Yep.
No, yeah, I
There was
I see
a-
what
What
you're
you're
saying.
saying
Yeah.
is,
Yes,
there was
no, you're right. on that.
conversation that motor vehicles get reduced to $100 to allow for fuel and mileage
Okay,
in the motor vehicle line.
yeah.
And I think that should actually be in the auto mileage and fuel.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I think you're right on that.
All right.
So I'd like that reconsidered, that amount.
So how
And
much
that's
per?
4105 and 100,
Change to 100.
so that would make it reasonable.
So
I had sort of threw that in there to make up for the fact that I knew you were, it was gonna cost you something probably to pay the other departments to haul the trailer, so I wanted to make sure you had what you needed for that. But yes, you're right.
Just a point of clarification on that. Again, when we vote on a departmental budget, we're not really voting on individual lines that any department manager has to stick to. So even, for example, in this, had we voted to reduce 10,000 to 100 for motor
Right.
vehicles, doesn't really matter that it's in motor vehicles, that we said it's in motor vehicles. It's gonna, she's gonna put it in, she's gonna classify it in automobile mileage when she has automobile mileage. And she could have more than $100 in automobile mileage, and she's gonna record it there. So to me, it doesn't really make sense to try and go line by line, because on a budget to actual comparison, we're only authorizing it on a departmental level. And so this, to me, is just simply a checklist of, okay, well, did we get everything in my department to figure out what the total amount is gonna be? I got salaries, I got mileage, I got gas, yeah. That, for the department head, it makes perfect sense to, put it together and itemize it. For us, it doesn't really make much sense, given that we don't know what the details are really for each individual line. And then on top of that, even if we go through it line by line, and we vote on the final budget, like right now we're at, I think it's like 192,000, if my math is correct. She's still gonna have 192,000 that she just, okay,
Right.
well, 192,000, I'm gonna spend it however I can within my budget to accomplish my goals.
Right. What I intend to do is vote on what we've done so far in emergency management, and then vote to confirm what you said you're going to do anyway, and just say that's the amount of money that she's going to do. And then I'll put a question out to the board, do you want to continue with the line item discussions or do it department by department?
I mean, I get that that's it, that's how people have done it in the past, and I can understand why people would have done it in the past. To me, at a board level, that doesn't, it really just doesn't make much sense. I don't have the information, nor do I have the ability to manage that later on, once the budget has been approved. This is really just, okay, well, what are the items that kind of get us to this overall amount, and does that overall amount make sense? If it does, okay, if it doesn't, we're gonna cut it, if we think we need to add to it. And to me, that's what we do at a board. We don't get down at the management level.
Very good, we'll have that debate.
But I'm just pointing it out because, again, this is exactly why we don't do that, because, oh, well, yeah, you're right, we said 0 for mileage. Can we vote on whether or not we're gonna put mileage back up to $100 and then put this down? Who cares about that? That's not our job, that's management's job, to figure that out, once we say, okay, this is your departmental budget. But that's just my argument.
Thank you. Commissioner Larry, did you have something to say?
Yeah, Treasurer Proctor.
Are department heads allowed to, if they have 5,000 in one account, 4110, and that account is under expended, and they have something else that they decide to make a priority for whatever reason, not questioning motives, just stating they decide to make that a priority, do they have the ability to just go and they understand this account, they can spend more on this account if they wish? Is that allowed?
They spend what they spend. If say mileage goes over and it's really mileage, they code to mileage. They book it to mileage. They don't put it under tires or whatever. I don't know if it's ever any intentional, oh, I'm gonna save money over here so that I can book it over here. We really only care about the bottom line of the department. And that's what I report to you. I mean, you've got requested detail within, but really what matters is that they stay within budget department-wide. And that's what I report to you.
To a point, as long as if we are actually approving this budget, we're making sure that things are not overlooked. There's the cutting aspect that we're doing a lot of tonight, but there's also making sure that somebody says, actually, we should have bulletproof vests for the patrol officers, and we're not budgeting for that to be replaced. That's part of the other commissioner's responsibilities, to make sure that, or the commissioner's responsibilities, to make sure that those are available as well. So I guess I'm just saying that I understand that the math behind it, but there's also making sure that money is allocated for specific causes, and that's part of protecting the taxpayer. So I understand the goal of just, we'll cut 5,000 on this department and 10,000 on that. I don't think that's the best way for us as commissioners to give away that authority at the same time and set a precedent that will be followed for years to come.
I'm just wondering what strategy we'll use to determine what department, what we cut, what the, number will be overall. What strategy will be used to determine that if we're not going line by line? Will we just say, okay, we're cutting everyone by $20,000 right now?
Well, no.
How would we do that?
So, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Generally, what you do is just have a discussion about it as a board. Go, okay, well, compared to last year, I think there's probably, 250 here, I think there's 300 here, and so that kind of adds up. I know Commissioner Christner has gone through line by line and had, reasons why she came up with the number. But as far as we're concerned, we simply go, okay, well, for example, we say, one strategy would be, right? And one strategy as a rule of thumb, kind of like, all right, we're getting close there, is to say, well, if we want to keep salaries and wages at the 3% level, but we want to try and reduce all other lines, we simply subtract the 177 from here, from the total budget, so we get whatever, about $40,000, and we say, okay, of that $40,000, do we really need $40,000 for her to achieve her budget, or can we cut it down by 10% or 15% or 20% and simply go, well, instead of $40,000, we'll give $36,000, we'll give you whatever, $35,000, something like that. And then you simply say to the county administrator and to the department heads, this is your budget. Yes, your proposal was 219, 225. We decided, because we're so smart, that we're gonna cut it down to 213, for example. All she has to do is simply go, okay, well, 213, and I'll figure out how I can make that work. That might mean I might have to not buy as many supplies this year, and I might, I'll free up some lines on rent. Right. That's generally, that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to have a general discussion about, oh, well, I think this line in particular was very high, but when it comes to these $100 here, $200 there amounts, I'm not really gonna know, what the details are. It would, for example, when you get into, let's say, the jail, where you go, all right, well, you got a $13,000 budget here when last year was $10,000, and you have this much larger amount, then you can go, does $13,000 make sense, or can we keep it at $10,000? That's when you actually look and go, okay, well, now we have a large amount that we can really cut. Does that make sense? That's another strategy.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjust automobile mileage 415 to $200. I think we can get this done.
Any objection to moving that to $200? So moved, done, voted on, without objection. automobile mileage up to $200. Is the board ready to vote on the Department of Emergency Management?
Well, I,
Oh, continue, please.
so I understand the reasons for the reductions, but as far as for my utilities, I am concerned that I'll be able to pay my utilities if they're cut. So I do prorate, and I look at, you know, the previous year and increases, and electricity is going to increase. CMP, we now pay for the actual electricity and delivery. So, and that bill has gone up significantly. And some have gone down. Sewer, water, telephone went up. So I'm just concerned about paying for utilities. Also, dues, the Maine Emergency Management Directors Council, that was 4820. I'm actually the vice chair of that council. It's odd to reduce that. But I would also like to remind commissioners that my budget is 50% reimbursable. And then also benefits are 50% reimbursable for my staff. So, and I think that's important to remember, and we do a lot with OLA. We too, I think it goes without saying, but worked through this whole COVID pandemic. We did not telework. We did not have the capability to do so. We showed up for work. We stayed late. There's two of us. Most times until 8 or 9 at night to get the job done through the whole COVID response. So I just wanted to add that too. We have really hardworking staff, and they do a great job. I think the reductions here, I understand why, and I appreciate that, but it will make our job difficult. So I ask that it's reconsidered. I understand.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the emergency management budget?
I do have a question. Do we have do anything with motor vehicles? I don't think we voted on that, right?
Okay, so we haven't voted on that yet. So is the
Mr.
motion
Chair.
in
Sorry.
effect to reduce that $200, Commissioner?
Well, we moved the $200.
Yeah, actually.
This is why Commissioner Roy makes sense.
So what do we need to? So what, is there something we didn't vote on yet?
So as is, that we've made changes on pretty much every single line. We haven't made a change on the motor vehicle for $10,000. As far as my calculation is concerned, it's still in there. And we either vote to remove it to zero, or leave it, or remove it to something else.
Well, that's still $100.
That was the $100, but we never voted on
That
it.
went into a
Twice that
different
round, yeah.
line.
What's the motion then on the motor vehicle?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for 2,000 that would, Treasurer Proctor, please correct me if I'm wrong, that I would feel that would cover repairs or other things, and since these can be thrown into any account, I think that should be just fine. That would help protect us and enable us if we do need to acquire something or rent something for a period of time.
I'll second that. Discussion? Moved and seconded to place the motor vehicle budget at $2,000.
Just point of order, technically it would be repairs equipment. I mean, that's what it's for repairs.
Very good.
I'll accept that from the amendment, if you so wish, but I just feel.
From the amendment to move that to repairs and equipment. At $2,000.
2,000.
And to amend that to 0 for motor vehicles line item then.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion?
Does someone second my amendment or second, I said that.
I thought didn't you second it?
No.
The amendment to 0
Oh, no, you
for,
seconded it, I seconded it.
the amendment to 0 for motor vehicles 7345.
Mr. Chair, before that's voted on? Is this the year that the vehicle is actually accounted for in the sheriff's department to go? Because you have not accounted for a replacement of 1 year rental, 1 year on the new purchase on the new car. That still needs to be in this budget.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I believe the sheriff stated that they weren't actually expecting this vehicle.
Is that the case?
You good? You're good? All right, thank you. So, we'll split it to two motions. One is to move the motor vehicle budget to 0. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried 6-1.
Let this run out.
And to place $2,000 in the, what line is that? Repairs and automobile, 4210, increase that to $2,000.
Second.
Seconded. I guess I moved it. Larry seconded it. Discussion on that? Further discussion, hearing none. So, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries unanimous.
So to Commissioner Roy's point, I'm at 194, 300 with about 5,300 in play for raises. Is that the same number you had, Commissioner Roy? Well, that's taking
With
last
the
year's,
3%.
last year's salary, so there's still a $310 that'll be in play with the 3% raise. Without the 3% raise with last year's salary, 194.3. Is that the same number you have? Then we'll go back and add the salaries in it again when we see where we're at.
Okay. So, where I come up with, seeing as we haven't actually changed the 177 yet on the salaries and wages, keeping the 177, I come up with 200,970.
That would make sense because
Yeah.
my 194 is with 5310 out, which would be the 3% raise. So I think I
Okay.
think that
200 what? 200,979 before anything with salaries.
So we're waiting for a motion to pass the emergency management budget.
So
At an amount of,
just 1 second, because we're gonna pull the raise out until later motion.
You're looking for the amount, the 3%, what the difference is?
The 3% I think is 5.3, what?
$5,153.81.
3% of last year's salaries?
No?
Because that includes the,
Steps.
that includes
That
the
includes
steps.
steps.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I left the steps, yeah, I left the steps in. So the budget we are voting on is 195,669. Total budget.
For a motion to pass the emergency management budget, Commissioner Maduro.
Should we include the 3% until we talk about that later?
That's what I thought we were doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought
That's
we
minus
were,
3%.
yeah,
That's minus the 3%.
yeah, I thought we were doing a vote on all of the line item, all the departments, without any consideration to changing the salaries and wages budget to see where we would end up.
Correct.
And then, if we needed to
Yes.
amend amounts, then we would do that kind of cross the board, go, okay, well, that would require a 2% raise as opposed to 3%.
Okay, yeah, that makes,
Yeah.
I'm completely happy with that. So 209,709, that is what we're voting on.
209.
200,979.
All right. The number is 209,000. 200,979, which is the emergency management budget minus the salaries.
No, that includes the salaries.
That includes salaries.
With-
Right, best case scenario.
Okay, and we may change that.
Yes.
Okay, so
Second?
we seconded. Pass the 200,979 budget number for emergency management. In favor?
Wait, discussion.
Discussion?
Yes, okay. Just to kind of give it some context, if we were to, looking at the 2019 budget, non-salaries, essentially saying, okay, well, what was 2019's budget for non-salaries, and adding it to this year's budget for salaries and wages, we would get to 199,342. Doing that same kind of calculation for last year's budget, meaning just what's the non-salary portion of 36,000, and add that to this year's, we would get to 213. So 2 years ago, the non-salary portion plus whatever this year's salary budget would be around 200,000, 199,000. Last year's budget, non-salary portion plus this year's, meaning we didn't make a change on the non-salary portion, we would be at 215. I mean, 213,736. And then if we do simply take all the non-salary budget for this year's budget and simply do a kind of a 10% cut on that, we would get to 250. So I just wanted to put that out there as a context of where does that 200,000 that we're about to vote on fall in terms of reasonableness? Does it make sense given the last 2 years' worth of budgets? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Further discussion? Board ready to vote? All those in favor? Those opposed? That is unanimous. So, is it the pleasure of the board to continue with the line item discussion, or do you want to move to a department discussion?
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Roth.
In interest of efficiency.
So, Chair understands the Commissioner Ames moves to move the discussion to a per agency budgetary number as opposed to a line item, seconded by Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Chair, just
Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just respectfully request an amendment that clarifies that commissioners do have the authority to go line by line,
The,
if we would accept that.
well, I think the pleasure of the board is that we don't have to go line by line and everything, we want to go in general.
Understood, Mr. Chair. My point is, I would like it codified that the commission does have the authority to go line by line. I'm not saying that we're going to, I'm saying that the commission does.
When you say the commission has the authority to go line by line, you mean that we have the authority to direct the bureaus to not overspend or underspend certain lines?
We are adjusting, we are the budgetary authority per the charter. So I'm just wanting to clarify that for future commissions.
Commissioner Madore, do you have a comment?
My only comment was that you were running the meeting, and I'll defer to you on how you want to talk about the budget, but, you know, unless someone has a specific issue with an item, then we should talk about it as in a larger sense, but you were running the meeting.
Thank you. What I don't want to get involved in is deciding we're going to do a per department number and have every line debated, because I believe that it's the pleasure of the board to avoid that.
Correct.
So,
Mr. Chair, I respectfully object, but I understand that that is the will of the board. That would ask that it be called to a vote, though. Thank you.
all moved and seconded.
I think it's inappropriate to vote on it. You are running the meeting, it's the way it is, and I don't want to put that into
It
question.
says, unless the chair will make that ruling, thank you. If there's an objection, we can have the motion overruled. We'll proceed now with .03.
Restitution.
10:15, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, did you guys adjust the revenue for PMA?
Do that
Yeah.
when we talk about
Before you
the budget.
decided, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm a restitution specialist. I'd like to leave that budget as is, knowing that we may revisit it based on the 3% raise.
You'd like to leave that at what, Commissioner?
Leave it as is, knowing that we may come back and revisit it's basically salary, wages, and benefits, so leave it as is unless we go back to adjust the salary.
Very good.
I'd like to second that motion, Chair.
Moved and seconded to pass the restitution budget as is. Further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? I assume we didn't need to bring the district attorney up to discuss that, because we passed it as is.
I'm all set, unless you need me.
No, we're letting the department heads all come up and comment at the end of each section, but because we passed it as is, I assume that you were okay.
10:15, Sally. District Attorney.
Budget 1015, district attorney, and I would like to request that they, as is, except for revisiting the salaries, the only change is, could we hold off 1 year on the furniture and fixtures? That's line 7375, pushing what we have 1 more year with a savings of 11,150 reduction to that budget.
Commissioner, are you looking at the EDA joint budget or?
1015.
Okay, because it's already at zero. What I'm looking at. 2021.
On the back that page. Next page.
Okay.
Just pointed.
That's right. Oh, stand corrected. Commissioner Madore.
Here's just a point of clarification. I'm looking at the furnitures and fixtures line, and it is currently requested at zero.
Yeah.
The other one is software reviews.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry,
That's what I,
So the suggestion by Commissioner Christmas that we,
Okay.
can we defer the computer software budget for a year? How much?
Well, the request is for 3 laptop computers with docking stations, monitor software, and then all the software that would go on the new laptops. Can we push those laptops one more year? The ones we have and not replace them, I guess is my question to the DA. Notice I called you the DA.
Hello, a little history coming. If I could request, what we do with the laptops is we have about 22 to 24 that we have to cycle through, and we never want to be in a position where we need to update all of them at once, so we have always incrementally purchased them. But recognizing what we're trying to accomplish tonight, hopefully you see that I was zeroing out everything I could, like furniture, which you picked up on, but we do have a copier in this room that we use when we're in Superior Court, and that is located at line 5345. We had added $5,250 in order to be able to lease a new copier. What I would suggest is, in lieu of taking away from the laptops, which is a cycle that I think when we try to catch up, it's always super expensive. If we remove the copier, and I just tell the folks we've got to try to get one more year out of it, I think we're still accomplishing the amount that you're trying to decrease the budget. But I'm more concerned about laptops than I am about that copier. So if we have to choose, that would be the choice I would ask that we make.
And I guess that goes to Commissioner Roy's position is, you know, you get a bunch of.
And that was sort of bouncing around in my head too, was, okay, if it's reduced, what am I going to do? And this is where, but if you wanted department head input, that's, you know, this copier leaves little lines, it's not my favorite, but we'll figure it out. But if we start pulling those laptops, they get outdated very quickly, and then I need 8 the following year, and if we push it another year, I need 12. And then it starts getting astronomical in those costs. So this is really a good way to keep it incremental and keep it manageable for our budgets.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you if you can push them or if pushing them is not going to work for you.
That's my thought process on it. I got to tell you, I do not envy any of you tonight. I can see the angst and the difficulty you're contending with. So I'm giving you a frank assessment, and I appreciate your efforts and your time. I know what you're trying to accomplish, and it's hard. So
Appreciate those comments.
you got to hear from somebody, I guess. Yeah.
in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to cut anything.
I'm sure. If only we did our budgets in February of 2020, it would have been okay.
No kidding.
Mr. Chair,
I just have grave concerns. I understand the desire to make this quick, but I've seen this go quick before. Going line by line, moving quickly, going to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. And I see a number of areas where we could save probably $10,000 on this account. And I would just respectfully request the commission to consider that we're gonna have, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get to the end, we're not gonna have the savings we're shooting for anywhere near zero, and then we're gonna turn around and we're gonna give a 3% raise. And I understand the desire to take care of the employees, but there's a difference between laying people off and giving them a raise. And there's also a difference between law enforcement and communications and corrections officers that are at a higher risk category in general than those that are, so I just think it's not prudent for us to be doing what we're doing.
So we don't want it to get out of hand, but are there a couple of areas you'd like to inquire of the district attorney?
Transcripts, $3,700, you've only expended $660 this year. $7,000 for miscellaneous, just to make it quick, miscellaneous, because they're all right in line. Miscellaneous professional services, $40.99. $7,000 is only been $3,600 expended this year. $3,000 asked for mileage. Very little traveling right now with COVID, and I don't expect it to change much. $113 expended. $4,000 about expended for electricity. We're looking at $14,000. And telephone at $27,000. It was $16,000 the year before and $10,000 this year. Those are just a few areas.
So the
quick issue with the transcripts and miscellaneous and stuff like that. The court's been closed for half a year.
I understood.
They won't be next year, I would assume. I don't want to assume, but I would hope that they're going to be back open, so the budget is probably more necessary in those areas. I understand what you're trying to do.
I'm just saying we won't get what we're shooting for.
And telephones, aren't you upgrading telephones, cell phones for?
And that has been done, so that happened this fiscal year, and so this is a number to carry us over to the next fiscal year.
Those items mentioned by Commissioner Larry, Commissioner Haynes essentially answered from your point of view as well, that which opened the next round.
And it goes to we're reading tea leaves at this point. We did go up in the transcript line this year, or for next fiscal year. To be frank with you, it's because we have altered so many procedures that we are doing right now. We're doing them online, the manner in which people are being brought into court. I suspect a lot more of appeals. We're going to need to be able to get the record from the court on what occurred so that we can argue whether or not these changes in procedures impacted folks' constitutional rights. On the other hand, I can't tell you everybody's going to appeal. And so if you said to me, you know, we want to give you $1 for transcripts, I'd say, okay, I guess, but I'm going to run in the red if somebody files an appeal, and I'm going to be in the black if they don't, I guess, or not if they do. That's.
What about printing and copying? Is there anything we can do there?
Printing and reproducing at 5345, that was the line where I said we would try to make the copier go, so that would be a 5,000. That was
It would cut it down to 7,500.
Right, it was 5,250, so it would bring it to 7,500.
Right, okay.
Computer software?
Computer software, can you just point me to the line?
That's the last line, 7375, sorry.
Next page.
Yeah, and that, that was the discussion we had about trying to keep the rotation up to date as opposed to in an effort to avoid having an occasion where we're going to need to do a massive update of more than than 3 systems. You know, what do we have? We do 3 for this county and then 4 for the attorneys.
For 3 laptops, we're talking close to 12 grand for software.
Well, this is all hardware and software all packaged together. We order our systems through the main district attorney's technical services, and they buy uniform systems that are used throughout the DA's offices across the state.
Understood. But there's computer supplies for 7 grand on the line 4 lines up, 5385. So I'm having a hard time seeing.
His back section, he actually has a breakdown of everything he's got.
Understood.
And so those computer supplies, if I had to guess, I'm going to say that's the toner. But I actually will have to circle back to you and give you the exact, but my recollection is that line is where we pay for our toners.
I'm looking at the order, it just states anticipated expenditures for computer supplies in 2020, so even reviewing that wouldn't help.
Well,
I
computer
don't understand the concerns.
I'm confident that's for our toner, for our printers. And we have about 24 printers in the office.
Further questions from Mr. Robinson? Commissioner Woodard.
Chair, unless there's anything further, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget presented minus $5,000. So the $709,667.
So it's an amendment to that to reduce it by 14,667, which brings it down to $700,000 even, and that's just under 10% of the non-payroll expenditures. So it's about 14% now. No, I'm sorry, it's about 7%, 8% of non-payroll expenditures.
So,
I'll retract what I said.
I'll second that.
Comes from the amendment. So the motion is You moved it, have you moved it, or you moved it? No. Is that, you accept the friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll track what I said and
Yeah.
in favor.
We moved and seconded, approve the budget at $700,000. Further discussion? Not all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion passes, I believe it's unanimous.
Can I ask what you did?
We reduced the overall departmental budget from 714,667 to 700,000.
And the expectation is that I will figure out where to make up the difference.
And the way the way I arrived at it is I looked at your non-payroll expenditures of 207,000. I was gonna cut, I was gonna suggest a 10%, that's 20,000, which means, roughly try for you to try and find 10% in each of those lines where you could squeeze out of. But 700,000 seemed like a round enough number, so went down to 14,667. And then really would be just incumbent upon you to say, okay, well, I do need my copier. I mean, I don't need my copiers, but I do need my lease.
I get it, I understand. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a moment, please, for clarification.
Or do you want to see the line? 2,000 per bill? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why yours is different. Do I have the same one as everybody?
Mr. Chair, point of order, were there two
He has the same one.
budget copies handed out? Because I have one that says 674,383, and then I have one that I just discovered that it's a 714,667. Which one is the correct one, and why were they changed?
714,667 is the first one.
But why were they changed? There's two in my binder.
Because in the original, and again, we updated it for you, in the original was
The transition of the grant position
Yes.
to the general fund position. That was
Yeah.
the conversation we had about keeping the trial assistance.
right, the trial assistants were under a grant, and we discovered that grant is going to be disappearing at the end of this year, so.
So we're adding more staff because the federal government stopped paying the money.
We're now having to pay for the staff that we've had. Yes.
In other words, no free lunch. Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? We're done with that, right? We're good?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
Seeing as the, never mind.
Very good. Next is, joint, DA joint budget. 1018.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Larry.
I move to keep the budget, or set the budget at 14,600 using the 2020 budget for budget 1018.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to keep the budget at the same number as 2,600. Discussion on that?
Mr. District Attorney, was there anything significant that you definitely needed, and obviously you put thought into it, but
These costs are associated with the training for the trial assistants and the attorneys. I think not knowing what 2021's trainings are going to look like, typically there's a conference that we send everybody to. This year we've had to do it all online and pay registration fees we normally don't have to pay, so, you know, I understand that the logic is keeping it a flat budget, so I'm not offended by that. I started my comments, but I see what you're trying to accomplish, so, okay.
Board ready for the question? Commissioner Terry? Commissioner Kelly, question? No? Moved and seconded to approve that budget, $14,600. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next is 1019. District Attorney budget.
The victim witness now, correct? That's correct. So this, I think, if you were doing it the way you handled the others, it would be passing it as is, subject to the 3% discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Larry.
I move to approve budget, the entire budget 1019 at 86,736. That would take out the lodging. Other than that, it would be the budget as is. Thank you.
I'll second that. Moved and seconded, approve the budget at, what's the total amount?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, at $86,736.
86,736.
Yes, sir.
Discussion? Only observation I will make on this is part of a federal grant, and I think the lodging is actually part of our matching funds, so I'll have to figure that part out. But clearly we didn't use it this year because there wasn't any travel involved, so that would be the only observation I'll make.
So then some money would come out of revenues in your department for this?
And I don't think it'll be the revenue, like, I think we have to match a certain percentage to qualify, so I just have to go find something that'll make up the difference for the 315. I'm not sure where that is, but
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, perhaps the district attorney could provide that information if we don't have it in time, which is understandable, to the budget committee, or just in an email or something, if that's feasible. Thank you.
Very good. Board ready for the vote? Move the district attorney budget be passed at $86,736. Those in favor? Those opposed? Carries 6-1. 1020. Commissioners. budget.
I think this is where I excused myself. It was very nice seeing you, sir.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Larry.
I move, Commissioner, the entire budget 1020 at 1,090, 599. And that's someone else's suggestion. Or do we move to 1020 at this point?
Yeah. What was the amount?
1,090.
1,090.
190,000 even, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, not that low.
Do a second on that?
I'm not sure which line item was that?
The whole budget, because I thought that was the desire of the board. It's not my desire, but that's what we want to do.
No, that's not gonna get known.
Sure.
I have a question for Mr. Post. So the professional fees of $10,000 and the secretarial services of $3,000, is there, are those areas where we can actually get more than just, right now Commissioner Larry is suggesting about a $5,000 reduction? 10,000
I was thinking on, when you was talking about just leaving that to me, I was thinking commissioners' stipends would be a good place to cut.
From the guy that they just gave away.
That's interesting, at 80 or 90,000 in a few years for you, Mr. Post. Well, we have now proposed an increase in our budgets for the past 3.5 years for our own salaries, and we are not doing it now.
In actuality, just so you know, the commissioner's budget, 3 years ago, I think was around $250,000. We have drastically cut that. But anyway, the professional fees, that has been primarily legal, and we haven't used any in the last couple of years. I am looking at next year, because we're looking at bonding issues, that will need some professional fees for some assistance there. Secretarial services, I did cut back. We added some last year, and I've cut that back some to more reflect what's happening.
So I'm just looking through here, and those are the largest areas where I think we could cut, and I think we could probably get, I agree with Commissioner Larry, we could probably get it down to another 5,599. If we cut it down to 1 million. And that's kind of where I would look first.
What was your final number?
His proposal was 190,000, is that correct?
Yep. And looking at it, I could actually
So I just want,
189.
all I was doing was just wondering, okay, making sure that 10,000 wasn't really budgeted specifically for anything. Like,
Yeah, I was particularly looking at that, the bonding issue.
okay.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if bonding is really even, I know it has been up till now, but right now I don't think it's really in the near future until all the towns get back on knowing what their future is going to be. I know it was meant to be somewhat of an insult, but I actually have in my notes asking the commissioners if they would consider, I don't want to word it as a reduction, but a 10% payback to the county. Everybody else is being asked to, it'll affect their budgets and affect their lives, you know, if we could have a payback, ask the treasurer to take a payback out of our salaries for a year. I think it would, I think, and maybe put that toward what we want to do for the employees. There were a couple other. In the secretarial services, I think we can definitely cut that down to less than half. The mileage is not at a number that we've used historically. 500 would be, we've had 1 year where it was 550, everything out, every other year it was below 500.
So what amount did you end up getting to?
The problem is my amount, I had the employee bonuses in this budget, so let me, if I can have a quick minute to recalculate, I can give you the amount that I wanted to end up at. I'd like to reduce this budget by $14,824. 180675.
Can you accept that as a friendly amendment?
No.
No.
If that includes the, I don't care if this is political suicide, but my whole role as a conservative is that capitalism pays people for the work they do. When you start cutting the commissioners' salaries, none of us, including myself, has recommended that we increase our salaries for 3.5 years. It has been a thorny issue in the past with the Budget Committee. I would also respectfully ask the chair, has anyone on this commission, and I would ask the chair respectfully, not anyone else, has anyone on this commission suggested that we cut employees or not, or cut any employees' pay in this year? Or for this in this year, has any commissioner asked that?
Not specifically, other than today's discussion. Commissioner Maduro?
I just want to kind of clarify that it's not really what we're voting on right now. We're voting on the overall number of the budget, not specifically what we make. I have some pretty strong opinions about that, but I'm going to hold that because that's not exactly, what we're talking about right now. It's the overall budget number.
Mr. Commissioner, the suggestion on the commission's pay, were we considering that voluntary?
It was just, I was putting it out there. I think it would be a good gesture for us to make a move to help balance this budget. Also, it wasn't really a suggestion. I would need to word it carefully as a payback because there's some guidelines of how pay can be adjusted. So it would be a 1-year suggestion that as a board, we have a 10% payback to try to do our part to add a balanced budget also.
So, for purposes of coming up with a budget number, I'll volunteer 10% back on my part. If anyone else would like to volunteer, then we can calculate into the budget and we can leave in the amount for people that don't volunteer. And I don't think people should be pressured to volunteer by any means, but I thought it's not a bad idea.
Mr. Chair, I
think
second.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lyon.
I understand that, but none of us have asked any employee to cut their pay. We have not tried to lay off anyone. I have been very strong about not adding pay. But people, if you are going to have the folks that are actually going to fight for cutting spending consistently, not just during the pandemic, but consistently, you're going to need the common people, not people that may benefit from being on this commission in other intangible ways.
Thank you, Commissioner. And anyone can volunteer to give back part of their salary to the county without incident or any kind of other. I think Commissioner Maduro is.
Yeah, I think, I don't really want to be making any commitments about this right now. I just want to vote on the overall budget number. But if we really wanted to go down that road sometime, what we should do is stop paying commissioners who don't show up, right? I mean, I think that makes the most sense. It's not necessarily about the overall number. It's if you're not showing up, you shouldn't get paid, right? If you're playing games on your phone, probably hard to measure, but you also probably shouldn't get paid too. But I want to stay focused on this, and if if we cut it down to 180, 675 or whatever, maybe we'll later pick it up on where it can come from if Larry needs our help. But I can't commit to that right now.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order.
Okay.
In order.
I would just say that this then puts the administrator, who we oversee, in the position of deciding who gets paid what. Because that's why it is important to set up line items. Thank you.
They can dispose of the
Let's,
salaries they decide.
seeing as this is in the reduction of the commissioner's pay, let's not put that on the table.
Okay.
Anyone's free to donate the money back, but we don't need a motion to do that.
And the amount would be 183.
183 even?
I would suggest, or I would propose an amendment to that to 185,030, which is the same as 2019's budget. So slightly higher, but.
I withdraw my second one, sorry.
I'd second that. So that for your motion?
To just adjust hers to 185.
Will Sally consider that a friendly
Yes,
motion?
yes,
Thirty.
that's fine.
From the amendment rather than.
What's the amount again, sir?
185,30, 2019 budget.
The motion is to pass the budget at the same amount as 2019. $185,030. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Ten twenty-one?
Yep.
1021, Human Resources.
Nobody's watching.
Any changes, wanted on
Chair, so we're talking about the 1021 Human Resources budget?
Mr. Chair, I move
To approve 1021 as written.
Second?
Moved and seconded to approve the budget as proposed, $4,100.
Yes, sir. Yeah, have $4,100, thank you.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? Carries unanimous. Treasurer, 1025. Do we need a treasurer?
I didn't say that.
So.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve as written as any increases seem to be as a result of cost of living and step increases.
Move to accept the budget as is. Is there a second? Jill, second.
Oh, yeah, second.
Moved and seconded by
Yeah.
Commissioner Royce. Chair stands corrected.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Larry.
I move 165,000 back to the 2020 budget. Thank you. There are far more savings I believe we could achieve, but I think that would be fair.
Is that a second motion?
I'd say,
Amendment, yeah.
unless you want to accept that as a friendly motion, we'll have to dispose of it first.
Sure.
And so Commissioner Kelly will accept that as a friendly motion. The amount was, what is it, 165,000 even, Commissioner Larry?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 65 even. Part of the treasurer, could you do that?
Yeah.
Good, right, treasurer. Further discussion? All those in favor? 165,000. All those opposed? Motion carries. $1040, facilities.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Larry?
We are on building budget, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move 438,319. That would take out flooring and one of the two computers listed.
438,000?
438,319, though I certainly welcome any other commissioner suggestions on other cost-cutting measures.
430, what was the rest?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, 438,319.
438, 3,319. 438, 319. Yes, sir.
I'd like to see us put a one-year moratorium on improvements, the 74,000, and just take a year and keep up with the maintenance, but not go forward with improvements until next year.
I would accept that friendly amendment. That would put it, because the 10,000 was already in the building improvements, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Cody, the $10,000 for flooring. I was subtracting that total that I already had by 64,000, that leaves it at 374,319. Basically subtracting line item 7205, which is 74,000.
What would the total be?
374,619.
374,319, sorry.
374,319.
374, say that again.
374,319.
We got discussion?
We got discussion.
We have $74,000 in building reserves, so in case anything needs to happen, is that usable for that?
No, that amount, part of that was rolled over, as you had
It was
another,
just a carry forward?
that was carried forward, about 69,000, so
Yeah,
there's
okay.
7,000 left.
There's 7,000 left right now. I'm a little uncomfortable with zeroing out. Zeroing the building enhance completely. That's just me personally. What about?
30,000, 40,000?
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly do that. I'm really, if we were using, that's down to 7,000 already, that means we used about 60,000 so far this year. Yeah, I'd be hesitant to zero that out completely. We'd have to carry forwards for that.
So adding 30,000, or, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Barry.
Maybe you were asking if I accept the friendly amendment, that would make it, adding 30,000 would put it at 404,319.
404,319.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Discussion. Let's turn it over to the administrator for his comments.
No comments, yeah.
Not talking to us.
My only comment is that next year, guys, my staff spent an awful lot of time, my department head spent an awful lot of time doing the budget. And apparently they spent a lot of time that next year we won't need to spend, so that's all I gotta say.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. White.
can we hear from Dave?
Dave.
Thank you. So for the most part, my day-to-day budget, you left alone. Thank you for that. On my capital improvements, I could go along with most of it. The one thing I would like you to consider is to keep the $8,000 into the reserve account for the county truck. So in a number of years, I can go get a truck when the time comes. Because again, the truck's a 2002. We spent a lot of effort and money this past year to replace the rust holes. So at some point, we are going to need a new truck. So, doors, yeah, we'll make them go another year. The roof, they leak, we'll fix them, we'll get by. But, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say.
So you wanted to add 8,000 for the truck?
Just, yeah, that just goes into a truck reserve account. It's a savings account, so in what, another 4 years, 3 years, whatever the math is, we'll be able to go out and buy a truck without hurting the bank too much.
And just like every year, I say the 3% increase isn't sustainable. This budget isn't sustainable either. I mean, we can't do this year after year. All really we're asking is, can we hold our breath for 1 year?
Sure.
And take what we can and just put off 1 year. Let the towns know what their future looks like. Let the towns figure out, you know, what their income looks like, and support them the best we can with this budget instead of giving them an increase. I understand that letting a historical building go to the ground is not a good custodian as we are of this building, and that's not what I'm asking you to do.
Oh, like I said,
Just holding, yeah.
Look, I'm willing to go along with
Yeah.
a lot of it. We've done it before. I don't like it, but we can do it again. We'll make do.
Chair, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just have a comment about that, about the sustainability of the budget. What is abundantly clear to me in the 3.5 years that I've been here is that there are millions of dollars of deferred maintenance on this building. So what is not sustainable is the shoestring budget that we've been giving ourselves for decades. Personally, I think it's financial mismanagement that this county has had for decades. And we have very little money in the bank. We don't fix it. We have plywood trim. We have missing ceiling tiles. We have, stained ones. And whatever, that's just for looks. But when there's a roof that's leaking, it needs to be fixed, or you're gonna pay more later. And we keep doing that over and over and over again. So it definitely shouldn't be zero. And even if it is what is being requested, in my opinion, we're in the negative. Because I'm sure there's $74,000 worth of depreciation that has happened on the assets that we do have. And when we're talking about looking at the numbers of the things that we need, it's in the millions of dollars, and that's why we've been talking about that bond. So is it sustainable? No, partly because the roof is leaking and it needs to be fixed. There's just some things just can't be let go by. And it's not about history necessarily, it's about just basic maintenance. So, and I do see, the line says improvement, but some of it really is maintenance. Things have a lifespan. And, Edgecombe County has done a great job of extending things past their lifespan, but, something can only live for so long. And if it needs to be fixed, it needs to be fixed. And we're not being a good financial steward of the taxpayers' money if it costs more to fix in 2 years than would it cost this year because of our neglect. And I know people are having a hard time, but what isn't sustainable is the lack of investment in the building or the basic maintenance. So, gotta say, I think $74,000 requested is just a drop in the bucket, right? It's a drop in the bucket. Heating system needs $1.5 million. If something else goes wrong, we're not even gonna have the money to fix it. We're gonna most definitely be on the red. So I think we've been walking a dangerous line for a long time, and for 3 years we've continued to walk a dangerous line. And maybe we don't need $10,000 of flooring today, but there's certain things that just gotta be done. So I am in favor of the budget that our facilities director has given us, and I don't want to see it change.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate your remarks. So, what's the number we're going to vote on, Commissioner?
Well, I'd like to ask, I'm looking at your capital plan. We put a substantial investment in the roofs over the last few years. Do you feel like that $50,000 needs to be put in this year, or can we wait a year? I guess that's, because that's, We don't want leaky roofs, we don't want that kind of problem, we don't want mold.
But like I said, the roofs could be patched, like we've been doing for 50 years. If you decide to go another year, I'll continue to make it work to the following year. Do I want to? No, because I think we're not doing the building justice. We should try to get to a point where the roofs are caught up. There's a lot of roofs in this place, and I'm just trying to hit the worst ones first. So, I mean, I can't make the decision for you. I put my budget together for what I thought we needed to do, and
Mr. Chair.
Larry?
We spent $40,000 on the bell tower, rehabilitating that. I think we spent $200,000 on the roof. The first year I was here, 2017, I believe. I may be wrong on the exact numbers. The past few years, with some exceptions, I believe we've been granting much of what has been requested. I would probably say 80 to 90%, if not more, other than I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken on what has actually been requested from your budget versus what has been granted by the commission. Obviously, there's the need to make sure that the roof is not falling in on itself. If you are able to patch it, I think I can speak only for myself, as a commissioner, and for the taxpayers I serve, that there are a lot of people dealing with leaky roofs and deferring their own maintenance. But they're also making decisions on what needs to be fixed right now, or what unfortunately they're having to do a lot of the patching as well. So I appreciate your skill and your team, and I certainly don't wish that you have to do all that work. However, we're asking everybody to do what we can to keep those costs down for the time being, and with the intention that we will next year be able to actually fix things, but we don't know where this economy is going to land next year. Thank you.
Further questions?
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, I think Commissioner McGowan.
Say, I think when, let's just say overall, when I hear people say, oh, 3% is too much, or 2% is too much, or Androscoggin County's budget is you know, it's getting dangerously high, it's gone up so much. What we're not seeing is the hole that we've dug ourselves. And it's called bad financial management. We have put ourselves in a position where we're gonna have to bond to fix very expensive things and pay interest. Pay hundreds of thousands of dollars of interest in the future. So, you know, we can you know, save some pennies now and get it down to zero. But when you look at the future and you try to plot out what the mill rate is gonna be and the amount of money that this county is gonna need, it's gonna need a lot more money just to exist, just to heat, just to cool. It's gonna need millions more money. So, you know, 3% is too much, it's dangerous. Well, the reality is that we've been underfunding ourselves for decades. Decades. $1.5 million for the heating system. I mean, this is so basic. But yet we refuse to put money into the bank each year to do what we need to do. That's good financial management. When I need to buy something big, I put money away. We don't do that. We haven't done it. We've pretty much never done it. And somehow, every time Androscoggin County has tried to do it, it's like people get up in arms. Oh my God, how can you raise more money to do that? Well, it has to be done. I mean, we're using, you know, the heating system thing is frightening. And it should be frightening for everybody because it's a big deal. And, you know, even just the basic things we've been neglecting for years. We can talk about a clock tower, whatever. It's way bigger than that. It's in the millions. And I just, people need to recognize that when we're talking about these dollar things, you know, and I appreciate that. I think to some extent we do need to look at the small things, but we also need to look at the big picture. And if anyone in the public's going to continue to say that you know, it's unsustainable and it's too much, well, you gotta look at the reality of the situation. It has been decades of bad financial management where you don't put money away to fix the things that you need. And, you know, we're continuing to do that. We've continued to do that for the 3.5 years that I've been here, for the most part. And, you know, but the timing on this is really rough, because I know there's a pandemic going on, and there's people that are hurting, and so we have to do what we have to do this time. But someday reality is gonna hit us, and it's gonna hit us hard, and I've looked at the mill rate, tried to plot it up, it's gonna go up a lot. Because we have to heat it, we have to cool it. The jail only is gonna live for so long. And it was, you know, cheaply built when it was built, and it's an expensive facility. So I just got a comment on it. It's, you know, the future for Anderson County budget, it looks grim. And 3% on this, it's nothing in comparison to what we need in the future. So I just wanna put it into perspective for anyone who's doing it. Maybe we'll get to 0 this time, and I think that's probably good for the citizens of Anderson County, which will mean that the mill rate will go down, right? I think even with the 3% that we're looking at right now, the mill rate is probably still gonna go down. So that's good. That means everyday person will pay less for their county tax. That's the reality of it. Even with a 3% increase, they will pay less, the average person, because the mill rate will go down. So we have to think about the long-term future, and every budget, I think for the past few decades, has been neglecting that. Someday it's gonna catch up with us, and that's why we're talking about bonding. And I hate to pay interest on something that you could have put money back in the bank for. I think it's a shame.
Mr. Chair, the motion on the table is still at 404-309.
It is, Commissioner. I think Mr. Ward wanted to have.
Oh, sure, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Ward.
If Dave says it's sustainable, Dave is one of the people that actually the budget committee relies on to be able to speak, because he's connected with so many budgets accordingly. The fact that I applaud his effort. The one point that I'd like to make is on the bell tower, it's kind of a misrepresentation, because the reason that project came in at half the cost is sitting right there. The fact that his efforts associated with that's a $250,000 item that actually settled. So the fact that if there's a way to make it happen, we have the skill set to be able to do so. To Commissioner's point, it has been a series of robbing Peter to pay Paul. So the fact is, I need to hear from Dave if this is going to work for the coming year.
Thank you. The motion before us is passing the county budget at $404,319.
Mr. Chairman, please. Mr. Cody, I didn't specify the truck in there, it just was the 74,000, adding 30,000 back in, so that does not specify where that goes.
Sure.
Am I correct in my thinking of that?
44319. 404.
That could work,
Okay.
but just to realize that 30,000 won't do much many projects. The exterior doors, they'd be appreciated. We could do that with it. But then the roofing, we'd make it work.
Thank you.
Board ready for the question?
What are we voting on, Chair?
This is the passage of the budget at the price of $404,319.
Did you say 404,000 or 440?
404,319.
Further discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. 6-4. Jail, 1050.
$1050, the jail budget is, a lot of it is dependent upon state funding or lack thereof, and so on. Part of the issue has been in the past, the state, once the VOC gave up and gave the jails back, of course, they had been underfunding for years, and they gave a, in the statute, counties could increase their jail budgets by 3% or the tax cap, whichever was greater, whichever was less rather, and so on. And then the state would, some years, fund and some years wouldn't. One year we were due $225,000 that we never got, and so on. And so that jail budget has been a tough one. And the fact is that all of my colleagues had been discussing the fact that if you don't increase the county portion of the jail budget, the fact is that you may be jeopardizing the state's funding of the jail. So we had been funding the county portion at an increase of 3% each year. This year I reduced it down to 2%, and the state is, looks like, and the final numbers aren't in yet, but the numbers that I've seen is it looks like we're going to be down in state funds. So I had to take, and we had some money left from last year that I carried forward to reduce or to make up for the shortage, in the budget. So that was a long way around to say that the county portion of the budget is up by 2%. The budget itself, over half of it is two things. Number one is the heating control system that needs to be done. And number two is the inmate medical contract that has increased and continues to increase. And so, at that.
No, but the only thing I can add to Larry's comment is the state funding issue. The attitude is from state reps that we all know, their frustration comes with other counties when some aren't taking the opportunity to address their budgetary needs by using the amount they can in the cap or any at all. So when they get into funding for county jails, the attitude quickly turns to, and I actually agree with it, but we've always used some degree of cap, like this year's 2%. The attitude or the feedback we get is if counties aren't willing to help themselves, why should the state be stuck with the bill? Well, I think there's a huge responsibility on the state to pay for the county facilities, especially through the BOC experiment, and to give us time to recover at a reasonable rate. So while we've always exercised use of the cap, there are some counties that haven't, and we've been historically been taken care of on the state issue, but we've also done what the system was designed to do in the gap that was created for that decade of state involvement with county jails. To recover from the $2 million we're dependent on is difficult. I think over time the goal is for the state to do that. We're kind of hoping the goal for the state would be to have a set amount of funding available through a formula that we've actually offered in an LD to make the funding formula sustainable. We'll see how that works out, but anyway. So the 2% to the cap, or on the budget to the cap, it's always been around $150,000, $140,000. I think it's been fairly consistent. And as he said, and I explained last week, which, anyway, another issue, we're dealing with a heating mechanical issue in the facility that we were estimating about $140,000 to make sure we don't lose it, and $50,000 to $60,000 increase in our inmate medical contract. And that's actually something that we hope to expand in the future to expand our medical coverage. And we went from a low during the pandemic of approximately 80 incarcerated. At this point in time, we have no state inmates in the facility, and our headcount is staying right around 150, which is concerning, and our maximum space is 160. So you see what's going on around the state.
Well, I know from last week, the big areas that he would love to see stay the same is the heating controls, and that's not possible. I mean, you always make it hard to catch a budget because you got it before you give it to us, and I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. I don't know what this.
Well, and I see what everybody's going through. In a way, it's kind of frustrating to watch us go down, but, or I'm sorry, go down is just the term that I use, but, Major Shoot and I talked in the hallway out of frustration of seeing this process tonight, the only thing we could actually recommend to cut is that heating system upgrade. And then we'd say, when the heating system fails, you gotta do something. I don't recommend rolling the dice. I agree wholeheartedly with what Commissioner Madore said. I've worked here since 1991. I've seen significant improvement over the past 5 years. Kudos to some of you that have been involved. We're a long way off. When I talk to my staff, the facilities have a lot to be desired, and we just soon move out of the building, to tell you the truth. I have concern with that, is I don't want to separate from the jail. I like to keep the organization together, and that's a whole different investment. But sometimes I wonder. Right down from parking to office space to the practicality, is it inviting to the public? Can we? Those are other issues, but thank you for speaking up and speaking your mind. It's a tough, pill to swallow, but the building needs financial investments. It's a municipal structure. It was sad that it deteriorated all these years, but we're getting to a point, especially with some of the changes we're going to make, that I don't know if it's practical for us to stay here either. That's a side note, but and I'm sorry that the jail budget puts you in a position that it does, but it's staffing, feeding inmates, medical costs associated, and I already told you where we brought down what we could to try to balance it out, which was boarding fees and a couple other adjustments that we're just gonna keep our fingers crossed that it'll work. Because we did, and I met with the union today, because there's some concern over the call sharing and how that's going and the affecting on staff. Well, it's not related to this budget, but I explained to them that during the pandemic, we got the message from the commissioners, you wanted 0 budgets. And I think last week when we presented all 4 budgets, well, 5 including the death benefit, we did our best to curb costs. We showed you where we moved money, lowered it to make up for rising costs elsewhere. And it's the status quo by and large budgets, and I'm happy to go through them all. But there's the need for the services and the safety of individuals employed here, but there's also the need to understand what's going on in our economy. And we felt last week, in order to pass a successful budget, that we are kind of all surprised about this process tonight. It's your process, I understand. We expected the questions last week when we were prepared to go through the 4 budgets, whether it be line by line or overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
With regard to the building maintenance line of 140, so the county capital reserves in the general fund, 411, is that still at around 411?
Actually, it's 311 because we're using 100,000 of it this year.
This year?
Yes.
So is there any way for, not just the jail fund, but also for, to use some of that for any other expenditures for buildings and grounds as well?
We can't, that's what I had said earlier, that I can take it.
Is there any amounts, I didn't see it in, I'm looking at the revenue side, and I don't see any use of the building reserve, and I didn't know if that was intended to be capital reserve, or?
Building reserve, there's only like $7,000 left.
Okay, so that's that building reserve, so I don't see any use of the capital reserve, and I'm wondering if we cut the budget to be raised by, let's say, 40,000 in the jail, will we still be able to fund the heating upgrades and even some of Dave's work by using this capital reserve? Because if you say we have 311,000, we're only cutting 40 there and another 40 there, that's just another 100,000, 80,000, 100,000 that we could be using for the capital reserve.
Out of the 311,000, we're currently, in this budget we're talking about, we're currently using 50 of it. So that brings us down to 250, 260.
Right, okay, so that's what I'm asking. So there is available funds if we were to cut some of the budget in the jail fund.
Yeah, but the trouble then comes if you cut budget in the jail fund for the purpose of eliminating our 2% increase, or reducing our 2% increase.
No, I'm not going to reduce the 2% increase in the tax levy. or I wouldn't suggest that. My suggestion is simply we will still have those expenditures, it's just that we're not raising for them, we're just gonna draw down from the reserves. I'm not in disagreement with Commissioner Mordour's point that, look, if you wanna maintain a county's physical assets, you actually have to raise and save for that. That's what I counsel my clients, and that's what my personal philosophy is. You raise in the good years, and that means that you can still spend in the lean years, but you don't have to raise taxes in the lean years. Unfortunately, this is a lean year. It's gonna be one of those years where we have to draw down on those reserves. And I'm just wondering, I just wanna make sure, before I propose a cut in the expenditures from what we're gonna raise for budgeting capital expenditures, do we have room in that reserve fund to draw down?
The answer is, we've got the 311 minus 50.
Yeah.
And you can, but then, again,
Yeah, you get thin.
long term, you're gonna be.
Yeah, no, I get that, you get thin and you end up
But
having
the
to
other
raise.
part of it is, the increase that I have reduced from 3% down to 2%, that's the thing that we're concerned about, and the sheriff talked about that, if counties aren't helping themselves, is the state going to help us? And that is based on not the amount that we put in, but the amount of tax revenue that comes in from that current year.
Right. Mr. Chair, you mean to tell me even if we had socked away, not socked away, but stored away money for lean times wisely, and we kick that into the budget, the state does not consider any of that when it comes to the supplemental fund with the jail? So they're basically rewarding taxation.
And again, this isn't all settled out yet, because there's still so many moving parts in this thing that.
But that's the word of the street, basically, that if we don't raise taxes, they're gonna.
It's the increase in your tax revenue based on the.
No, I actually had a state rep say to me, if counties aren't willing to help themselves out, and he gave me credit, and Chicago County's done it right, why should the state bail them out if they're not even willing to do what they are allowed to do by law on their own? So what Larry and I are trying to say is, we've always presented that model, we've always followed it, and I kind of understand it, and I understand it because my taxes reflect following the law, taxes I pay, but yet another county somewhere else is intent on crying poverty and bilking the state for it all, which in effect is more of my dollars.
Understood, but.
I understood what he's saying, but he was saying it in a complimentary way.
But just on a personal level, many people store away money if they're prudent, and they may not actually be increasing their income that year, but they're actually pulling from savings. They can't do it all the time, but they're actually prudent enough that when they have the money, they save it. And here, if we as a county are using that money to take some of the edge off in a hard time, we're actually, our taxpayers are getting hit twice. That's a shame. It's not your fault.
No, I just want you to understand the
context.
I just want to understand the context of what was.
I also had to use some of the money that we had available from the jail from the previous year in this year's budget as well.
Nice.
The numbers come up. Again, and part of that's because it appears, and I haven't seen the final number, but the numbers that we have, it appears that there's going to be less state funding.
Chair? Mr. Roy's point is valid, just looking at different spots in the budget for capital. Don't apply it to the jail, keep it at 2% and find it elsewhere. You have $74,000 in Dave's budget alone that can be funded through that reserve if you choose to do so. That will get the same benefit and not have the trigger for anything associated with jails. The reason I mention that is last year's entire discussion with the budget committee was as is. It was a 2-minute discussion because the jail formula and everything here is a mess. And the fact is, we're not going to fix it overnight. They've got a budget here. Look at the rest of it. It's the way that it's been approached.
I would only like to add, this is a mechanical issue that we would contract out for, or I don't know what the correct term is. Dave isn't doing the work other than speccing out with the vendor. So, so I don't, however you guys want to do it, and I don't, you know, I don't really agree with going through Larry's budget. I just need to know that we can move forward to get it done, or when everything fails in January, that we're gonna pay a rush to have it done. You know, jail budget, Larry's budget, Dave's budget. It's not something we can roll the dice on much longer. So make sure the money's available somewhere, because I'm gonna need it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Could Mr. Cody, just, would you briefly explain what are the ramifications? And so this is not something that is, you know, replacing the zone valve control or a.
This isn't dire need, and I don't use those words lightly. When main control shows up to do repair, they literally bring a shoebox of old circuit boards and they fish through the shoebox to find the proper circuit board to fit it.
And if this doesn't work, what happens?
Then in the past,
January? I'm not trying to, I need to know, and I think it would help us all.
it could fail right now.
Okay.
At least right now, it's okay outside, we can open the dampers and we're not gonna freeze the inmates to death. Last year, we did blow a circuit board, we were down for a couple of days, where my guys had to come in and manually work the dampers to try to modulate the temperature in the cells. Because it took that long for main controls to make a part, make it work. If my heated computer dies, which is Windows 98, if that fails, they're gonna have to makeshift a computer that can talk old school to my heating system. If one of my GCM dies, which is a little mini computer that operates a handful of areas, we could be down $10,000 to repair short term. They're gonna take that $10,000, throw it out for the permanent repair later on, when the money does get approved. So either we spend the money now to do it right, or we're gonna spend more later, but either way, we're going to be spending.
You foresee this we have a high likelihood of this failing?
Oh, God, yeah. It's been failing a number of years.
Okay.
But years past, we had to decide, are we gonna do security cameras to take care of everybody? Or are we gonna continue to limp along and take care of the heating system?
And there's no spare parts left within the existing system to keep moving around like they've been doing.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Just a question to Commissioner Christner. If we do not cut that amount, is that gonna
We're
just,
way off, we're not on track right now to be able to.
without cutting that, or if we did not cut that, or with cutting that? Even with cutting it, we'll go on?
Well, I sort of agree with Commissioner Roy that if we do cut some money off of those controls, they need to come on to capital improvement, because this is not a new problem, and we've been being warned of this for years. So I'd like to see this budget go down 40,000 and then take the 40,000 out of capital improvements. Does that make sense to you? Does that sound to you, Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, no, I mean, I get what they're saying with 2%. And I'm just looking at the revenue side here.
Maybe just.
I don't know if a cut could be viewed as, in this budget in particular, as self-defeating, to be honest with you. Because you're taking out of a jail funding formula involved with the state and supplemental, and you're actually putting on the local taxes to fund a portion of that, where there's probably gonna be other needs that pop up in the building. Not to speak out of turn, but if you follow, we have a cumulative budget with many different revenue streams. One's taxation, two, which is taxation against state revenue, supplemental funding. We draw some revenue through alternative sentencing programs, things of that nature. There's a formula of how you're supposed to construct your budget. We follow it actually conservatively for the local, and the budget has increases. So if you have the ability to fund it right out of the jail budget without taking from a county resource that is pretty much 100% your tax base, I would think you would feel better about that. But I understand what you're trying to do to save 40,000 overall. It just, I don't know if it makes sense to here, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, and we'll go to Officer Kelly.
I was just going to comment that I don't believe that this is an area that we should mess with necessarily. We're using ancient equipment. The need is eminent. You know, out of all the areas that we could cut, I don't believe this is a practical idea, in my opinion.
Unless there's anything more, I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as presented.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded to approve the budget as presented. Comments?
Mr. Chair, just as, what is the amount that you billed the state for when they left their inmates here for months
40,
during COVID?
so far I think it's right around $45,000,
Okay.
and that was at a reduced rate, and I'm still pursuing that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, do you have a question? You do not? Further discussions, further questions, Sheriff? All those in favor of approving the budget as presented? Vote yes. All those opposed?
Mr. Chair, I vote no. I just request in this reflect, I think it's very irresponsible for the state to force us to tax people when we could be using money from reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-1.
Other than that, I do appreciate the work of the corrections officers and Major Shute and all of the staff and the sheriff as well. I'm trying to keep costs down. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Moving to 1060 IT.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Thank you very much.
Whatever you want to do.
Come on up. So,
Tell us where you think you're gonna make cuts.
that's how everybody feels.
That's not how other department, if you're inviting me to kind of give my thoughts overall, in the spirit of what we're all trying to achieve here, I'd be happy to do that.
That'd be great, actually.
I guess I could probably just cut right to the bottom of the stack. There are a couple of things in 4015, IT consulting, that I think if I were to see them go, I could make do. I have some high hopes for one particular project that might actually cover those areas anyway, but I didn't want to count on that when presenting the budget. Some of the things I've only learned in the last 30 days, and that was too late to make it into the budget proposal. So I'd say that there's $4250 and $1,200 under account 4015 IT consulting for two projects that I think, in the spirit of giving back, if I were to choose, if you told me I had to reduce the budget, those would be the areas where I could give those back.
That totals how much?
It's, the one item is $1,200 even, and the other item is $4,250.
Thank you.
And again, that was account, if you're interested, 4015 consulting. Where else do I have something here? So I would suggest that under 4670, there's a small amount that I think we could reduce. There's a piece of software that we use called Login Pro. It's for remote access for after-hour support when you need to get into the network. And we put down $1,500, and that's based on $500 per user who needs to do that. I think if we could probably get by with $500 less there to reduce that to 1,000.
That's service contract?
Yes, 4670. Some of the items I don't have as much confidence over because they're, I wouldn't say, legacy is not the right word, but it's the best word that I can come up with right now in terms of, there were already projects and initiatives that were underway that Dave provided the numbers for that I can't really speak directly to. He and I have had a few conversations about what those are, but they're in the IT budget. So I'm a little hesitant to speak to those items. I don't see anything else in 4675 that I would recommend if I were the one making the choices that I would recommend cutting. If you wanted to, we had this discussion, Mr. Chairman, last time about the training request for one course that's generally in the neighborhood of $2,500, the kinds of courses that I'm looking at. If you wanted to defer that, that's certainly something that wouldn't hurt me too badly. I'm sorry, that's in line item 4930, registration enrollment.
That would leave $500 out of the $3,000 in that line item. And that $500 I anticipate, although I haven't yet been made aware of scheduled items, I am anticipating that across the course of the calendar, I may need to attend events with the state of Maine OIT or other peer organizations. And it's just my expectation is that there will be meetings and seminars that I'll be expected to attend, and that's really to cover mileage and expenses related to those. So that's the remaining $500 that would be in 4930 registration enrollment. 5385 computer supplies. I would not, although you may be tempted to touch that, I actually think I'm a little under there. The $500 that I've requested in that line item is for tape media. One thing that we're not doing right now that we should be doing is getting a copy of our data out of this building on a reasonable basis, whether it's daily, weekly, whatever we come up with for a policy, and I don't have a mechanism for doing that right now. So that's really basically the cost of tapes, so that I can start a rotation cycle and take those, probably likely, although I haven't spoken with Angela about this, storing them at EMA or something like that, just to get them out of this building. In account 7375, computer software and hardware, I've since found out, since the time I prepared this budget, that the request that I put in for a backup firewall or for a high availability firewall is a little bit high. The cost of the hardware is a little bit lower than I thought, so that line item was at $2,500, and that could go down, I think, $1,000. It could go down to $1,500. The cost of the hardware is less, and some of the expense of the consulting to actually put it in, or the labor to put it in, is a little bit less than that as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, is it 4675?
7375. In my notes.
By 2,500, you said?
No, I'm suggesting that the one line item where I see some excess potentially there is I had requested in my list here, I had requested $2,500 for hardware and services to add a firewall at EMA as a redundant high availability system for the one lone firewall that we have here at the county building. And I'm suggesting that number could go from $2,500 down to $1,500. So we could save $1,000 there. Frankly, I wouldn't, if it were my recommendation, I wouldn't recommend touching any of the other items, but those are some items that I do think, since the time that I was required to prepare the budget, that I've learned some things that might, but those are areas where we can go down.
How much in total did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't actually total it up ahead of time.
$9,450. Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
I would just I recognize that, you know, with your level of skill, you're going to recognize things that may have been missed, and I commend Mr. Cody and the staff for, you know, working to do what's not their normal skill set, which is maintaining an IT and doing a good job of it, given the, you know, that's not their main trade, and I certainly commend them. And I recognize there's a level of expertise where you're going to recognize things that are real concerns, but at the same time, you know, we're looking at from last year, not criticizing salary increase or anything, but there's a $5,000, basically about a $5,000 increase on salary, you know, for this coming year. And then we're talking, other than that though, we're talking about a $40,000 increase in spending, just looking at the 2020 budget of $125,000 versus the 2021 request of $170,000. I have a real concern that it's that high. I would ask you respectfully and you know, as Mr. Poe said, somebody that's more than qualified to, that's where someone with that level of skill knows where you can get away with the great value brand of the router versus the you need something that's, you know, gold or platinum style firewall.
Sure.
There's that balance. I just respectfully ask that. I appreciate you bringing up some costs, but $9,400 is a bit low in my opinion when we're talking such a massive increase.
If I may, I appreciate your comments, and I would say that just trust, I hope that you would trust in me that I'm not actually looking to build the lily, if you will, here. For example, we're running our network on perfectly solid, perfectly acceptable Hewlett-Packard networks. I'm more used to running Cisco networks, and there are a lot of reasons for that. I'm not recommending that we come in the next 5 years and replace all of our HP equipment with Cisco equipment. What I am telling you is we don't have any spares of the HP equipment, and we don't have any maintenance contract on the HP equipment. So there's $3,000 right there that's just adding a maintenance contract that provides for hardware spares. And to me, that's, I think I alluded to this in our last conversation, that's the one thing that above all else keeps me up at night, is that one of those switches, if it's the wrong one that fails, we may have no telephones, we may have no internet, we may have no, in the jail, any web sort of based Zoom meetings or anything like that. That's just one example. And I'm not trying to sound any alarms here, but if I may as well, since I've got the opportunity, I just want to address what I would consider somewhat of the elephant in the room. There's in the remaining 4015 IT consulting, I did make a requisition for the staff. I've called it staff augmentation. You may recall our conversation last time of requesting a budget amount for $16,800, and that represents one person, 1 day per month to come in and sort of be my second resource that knows our network, that does sort of planned preventive maintenance and monitoring tasks that I likely won't be able to do in a repeatable manner during my time available. And it provides for some coverage in the event that I should be out of the picture or unavailable, or take a vacation, which some people do like to do. And so that's just bench strength. And really, I'm a single point of failure, just like any one of those network switches could be a single point of failure. And if I'm the only person that knows the level of detail that's required to operate the environment, I just think it's a well-justified request for that $16,800 to go up to bid for 1 day a month of an engineer to come in and on a regular basis be here with me.
Mr. Chair, but my great concern is that's the equivalent of a fourth, basically 1 quarter, and that's not even considering the Social Security taxes, that jump, but that's over a quarter. And that has me concerned. It's almost as if we're hiring another quarter, and okay, if you want to get accounting about it, 1/8 of a full-time employee. So that I have concern, because here we went from an IT, or when I pushed for just consulting, to IT, now to a full-blown position, which I respect. It's not an issue of the person, it's an issue of the position. And now we're going from that plus this. I would say I recognize the value of having somebody else trained, but I would recommend maybe you could train Mr. Cody. Maybe we could look at 2 hours a month or 4 hours a month, something. The $16,800 just seems really, really high in a year like this.
I certainly understand.
We could find ways around that.
I do certainly understand that. Here's what I reflect back to that respectfully, and understanding your position and the need for the county to maintain really high fiscal responsibility, especially in the current year. The ratio of 1 FTE in IT to 100 and, what's the number there, 150 employees in the county or users on the network, that's way out of scale for most any organization. And I'm not trying to complain at all. I'm willing to work the amount of time that's necessary to do that. I'm just telling you that my professional opinion is that ratio is already way out of whack. And so my proposal is, as a step, to use outside services to augment staff rather than hire additional staff.
Recently, after your presentation, I tried to think a bit more about comparables with other governments and their IT support, and it's a smaller county that I discovered had a staff of like 3. So your statement about the 1 to 150 is quite real. But I think your $10,000 change is definitely noted, and that's why I would, right now I'm leaning toward approving $160,000 for the information budget.
We'll do 160. Given his amounts, it would come down to just under 160, like 168.18.
So I was thinking 160 even.
That cuts him on the 3,800 at the end.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion for Mr. Chair, I make a motion for 155,000. Thank you.
We move for $155,000 budget
Did you already have a motion for 160?
Do we have a motion? Was that a motion?
There was no motion made, stated it was just a discussion between the two commissioners.
Currently,
And
there's
there
a
was one
motion on
second.
the floor for 155. We have a second?
It's seconded.
Hearing no second, are there any other motions?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the IT budget at curtailed number about $160,000 even.
Moved and seconded to approve the budget of 60,000 even. Further discussion?
I just would note, Mr. Chair, I would just note that leaves the entire 16,800, that does not need to be in this budget at this time. It's not the same as a switch, it's not the same as a control in a jail, it's extra staff that we were never told we were needed for years. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, another county that I'm familiar with, that has about half the population that we have and so on, they have five, the last I knew, and I haven't checked the last couple of years, they have a 5-member IT staff. Their budget's around $600,000. Yeah, so you compare where we are with that, and
Mr. Chair, I would just point out that there are many different counties with many different levels of income, many different issues and staffing levels and needs. And we've always talked about that, whether Anscombe County is a poor county or a rich county. But it's very difficult, just like with the jail, to compare apples to apples when it comes to one county to another. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed?
Mr. Chair, I'm
Opposed, I request the minutes reflect, I think 16,800 is a waste at a time like this. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries 6 to 1.
I just want to comment, thank you, Doug, for your thoughtful
Thank you, Doug.
presentation, and your commitment is noted, and you did a tremendous job. That's really important to making sure that everyone else can do their job, so it's not lost.
Thanks very much, and I just reflect again, supporting Dave and everybody who's preceded me. This is not something that is easy for anybody to do as a part-time sideline, so they've done an excellent job keeping the lights on here for a long time. Commend Dave for his work.
A lot of duct tape.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Duct tape, is that what you said? A lot
Registered
of duct
deed.
tape?
And file. 1065.
I have a question, Mr.
Actually, maybe Sarah can share with that.
Oh, yeah.
Targeted
Oh, yes, we're trying to get to 369, we are at 111. That's our progress.
Commissioner Ryan?
Is any of these, like microfilming or anything that you could use out of deed surcharge that would qualify?
I wish I could say yes, but I can't. I've maxed out everything that, to the penny that I can use out of surcharge.
Okay.
It's not in here. If I can remotely say it's to preserve it,
Yeah.
I'll take it out of, and I've done it to, like I said, the penny.
Sure. And just gonna move it along here, not that we're in a hurry, because we're not. But this budget has just been so steady, and even through inflation or whatever, it continues to be steady. So at this time, I don't really see much movement that we might be able to have with this one. So I would like to make a motion to approve the budget as presented.
Move to approve the budget as presented?
I second that. It's a very minimalistic budget, and I don't see any room for cuts.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to reduce the budget by 800. As Mr. Ward pointed out, mileage, meals, and lodging, those areas that are going to be fairly scant this coming year.
$800?
$800, Mr. Chair.
Could be,
800, there's probably more. I wasn't cutting everything down to zero.
Oh, I see.
could the registrar do that?
I'm sorry.
Becomes a friendly vote, becomes a friendly amendment. The registrar says she can do that. Is that okay with the commissioner? No.
Just needs a second to actually count them.
It just needs a second.
To count.
Amend the amendment.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Larry makes a motion to amend the motion, seconded by Commissioner Roy, to take $800 off the budget.
So let's move the question on the amendment.
Well, first we have to vote on the amendment to your amendment.
Yeah, so
Okay. All ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of the amendment?
Of this one?
Yes. All opposed? The motion carries. The motion before us now is to pass the budget as presented minus $800.
Mr. Chair, it will be $194,270.50.
194 what?
194, 271.
271?
Yeah, we're still one.
Well,
Oh,
because
is there 50 cents?
Yeah, I don't know why you get.
194,271, 0 pennies. Board ready to vote? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
thank you for joining us.
Register. 1070, Register of Probate.
Good evening, folks.
Mr. Tom.
Couple of things I'd like to, you ready? Drive your attention to. If you look down at postage, line 4835. When presented a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
Say it again, please.
You brought it to 3.
Brought it to 3, yeah. And to accommodate for that, for not throwing or skewing everything else on in the final numbers for Larry to present to you, out of the court attorney fees, line 4020, we reduced that by 3,000.
So the 184 number's correct then?
Say it again,
So
please.
the
Yes.
184
Yep,
numbers.
absolutely.
Which one?
So if you look at the court attorney fees, 4020, right at the top. Reduce that by 3,000 to compensate for the postage, line 4836.
So your budget has a $13 increase. Am I reading that right?
Yep. Okay. And that's.
So,
and
right,
that's
well,
with the
and, you know,
$3,000 increase in wages from last year. You notice that? So-
Yes.
right.
Yeah, 131, 134.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, this is the smallest budget out of the county. And there's no fluff, there's no padding. And, you know, we looked at this, there were some things that, you know, were able to be reduced, like we dropped down the automobile mileage, $100. We had increased it a little bit for 2020 to compensate for the probate code, which required more meetings with the registers committee. And, a couple other things that, like the dues have been increasing, and so, I had to bump that up by $75. And liability insurance. We do, as I expressed earlier in the evening, we do have a subscription to the newspaper. It's an online subscription, and that is solely for facilitating the probating of estates and gas bills.
Mr. Chair? I make a motion to accept the, accept the budget at 184,756.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Kelly, seconded.
You have it. Yeah.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget as
184,756.01.
as presented.
I took the penny out.
Yeah,
Okay.
Get rid
I
of
should
these
have left it in so you could cut it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I make an amendment, propose an amendment to reduce it by 5,350. That would take 5,000 off of the attorney's court appointed and take about 100 off of auto mileage, meals, and then 350 off lodging. Or 150 off lodging, 100 off meals, 100 off auto mileage. Thank you.
Minus 5,000.
5,350.
Could you make any of that work, Mr. Mayor?
Say that again, please.
Could you make any of that work?
The mileage, yes. And I would even offer up, I don't know specifically which lines Commissioner Larry was addressing here.
4105, 410,
Can you name them, please? Yeah.
If that'll help.
Yeah, so, like lodging and meals, I could see absolutely. When I presented or put this budget together, I was looking at the fact that, yes, this has been an exceptional year with a pandemic, and there was no increases, but to keep it status quo. In a perfect world, I would have loved to have come to you and asked for $100,000 to complete the shelving unit that we desperately need. The sheriff was talking earlier, and Dave as well, about how we defer stuff and we kick it down the road, and this is not a want, it's a need. So I'm going to be going out to buy filing cabinets, or at least we go through about one filing cabinet a year, and so not only do I have to, it's not a big deal finding a filing cabinet, but you gotta have the money to pay for it, of course, but where do we put the darn thing? And that's where we're at, is that we've exceeded the space for the files that we're required to keep. And so to address, cutting the attorney's fees, we came in at what, 14,049 in 2019. And I've expressed to you early on this year and last year about the change in the probate code where we're required to provide attorneys for people that can't afford them for various situations. And you can very well cut that, but it's got to be paid for if we exceed that amount. And it's one of those things that I derive no joy or pleasure coming to you and saying, first of all, last year, we had to increase it by $10,000. I mean, that's a sticker shock thing. One thing I do want to mention is that Commissioner Dow had mentioned the idea of us taking from that line item any funds that are left over and putting it in a reserve. And so Larry and I, we certainly have that in a plan. Don't know what the formula can be, but that is, for the future to be able to do that so that we don't have to come back to you every year, hopefully not, and ask for that $25,000. So the mileage, the meals, that is reasonable, to be sure. The attorney's fees, maybe not 5,000, but it's your call, to be sure. And just know that it's something that per statute, we're required to. And I don't know what the rest of this year is going to look like, and certainly, none of us know what 2021 is.
So, moved and seconded, no, this. Amendment to the amendment.
Did you make that?
There wasn't a second to that, was it?
It wasn't a second.
So a second to Commissioner Larry's motion to take off 5,000 out of the budget. 5,000.
Can I amend my proposal to reduce it by $1,000, which is roughly the mileage meals, the lodging, air rail, and bus. That's $1,300 a year, right? Well, take off 1,000.
There's no objection, you can amend that.
So it would be 183,756.
Okay, so the main motion is 183,756.01, and the proposed amendment, which we're waiting for a second or not, to reduce.
Mr. Chair, just like to speak to my amendment, if we don't start cutting.
Isn't it seconded yet? Is there a second for Commissioner Larry's amendment?
If we don't start cutting now, we're gonna be in trouble in about 10 minutes when we get to the last item.
So we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Roy to cut $5,000.
Correct.
Cut it right there.
At 183,756. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carry 6-1.
All right, looks like it was approved, less $1,000. Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff, 1075.
Want to do the Charlie Beecham stuff?
Do we?
That is. We're on TV, probably.
Sure you do.
Take long?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay, go for it.
My Charlie Beecham story is this. This was in, and I'm 99.7% sure that was his name, but this was in, yes, the former chairman of Chrysler Corporation, in his book. And it was when they was working with Ford Motor Company. And they was having some difficulties, some difficult times. And they had a big meeting together and with all the big wigs, and they was figuring out, how they could cut the expenses of the company, and so on. And so one of the guys said, well, if we close the plant in Toledo, we can save X amount of dollars. And the other one said, well, if we close the plant in, Topeka, we can, save X amount of dollars. And anyway, they're going around the table, and finally somebody said to Beecham, what, you haven't said anything. What do you have to say about it? Whereupon Beecham says, well, why don't we just close them all, and we'll really save a lot of money.
Right. So what do we see, folks?
Can I, are you on civil or are you on, which one are you on?
Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's. Okay, thank you.
Since you joined us last year, anything to add about the sheriff's budget, or you?
I'm good with it like it is, and like I explained last week, we understood, we live it too. We've seen it, we saw the requests come in from the towns, so we tried to move money around to make ends meet. Just keeping the operation going and not setting ourselves back. Capital specific only to motor vehicles, because we can see how quickly they declined, and we're having issues still getting the vehicles. We had to make an adjustment because of the increase in costs. Obviously, there was wage increases incorporated. Overall, we did the best we could to meet your request, but it's almost impossible to come out at 0% without reductions in staff, which we actually need to increase. As far as the budget goes, things that are going to affect it, depending on what you do with general government, we have one general government employee, so there's not going to be, regardless of what you do there, there won't be substantial savings, because she was budgeted for a 3% increase. I would advocate, like Tina, the stipends are probably a no-go as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't help them build an increase, but I understand, you know, you guys will do what you feel is appropriate. And there's nothing new in here. As a matter of fact, we had the intention, like I explained last week, of adding another K-9, but for a number of reasons, it actually makes sense financially and training-wise to put it off for a year.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Larry.
With the, have we been able to buy all the vehicles that we budgeted for this year? I remember there was some headaches with that, not under your control, obviously, but.
We've been treated fair as far as it goes. The issue we're having is the dealer, the factories are slow. Everybody has them, and I don't know what news network you watch, but you can also see cruisers being destroyed all over the country that are being replaced, which is probably setting things back. As well as COVID with manufacturing and then creating the ventilators as opposed to, you know, repurposing. So I'm sure there's a host of reasons for the delay. Right now, we're still waiting on 3. We've been told that 2 are ready to go. So the third one will come in, and then I think, will we be caught up once that happens? We'll finally be caught up. And we're looking at how can we get a better grasp next year, because that outfit in Massachusetts really worked well for us. But we might have to, specifically to the Fords, change the package we're going with. But it might get us the cars quicker, so if it does that, we might change the bid specs a little bit to replace our units, because I actually have the list of cars and the miles, and we have at least half a dozen currently with over 100,000 miles, and others, probably another half a dozen creeping up on that. So we need to keep up on it, because we've done very well with repairs and maintenance. But that's all I can, did that even answer your question? I'm sorry.
Sort of, so you haven't been able to buy them at this point?
Not like we had in the past. Usually it's a 3-month process.
I'm just wondering whether we could get away with rolling those over, so to speak, not literally, but the purchase is over, if we survive this far. I understand the whole issue of having an old vehicle.
No. The ones that we already put out to bid and accepted the bids, 2 out of the 3 of those are almost here.
Okay.
We're waiting on the third one, so that's a done deal.
Okay.
When you look at, if you're talking about shooting us in the foot for next year and putting off any of those purchases, one of the vehicles we're replacing has 139,000 miles on it today. And then the other 4, I mean, I've got vehicles with 146,000, 134,000, 110,000, 123,000, 101, 113, 120, 116, 110, 102, 96,000, 99,000. I got a couple with under 50,000. So I think the ramifications of putting off the capital plan will have consequences as far as how we're operating. So we're doing the best we can, and I just say it's, and I know, you're gonna say, well, you're gonna argue with everything we say, recommend for a cut. Maybe, but I'm gonna tell you what's in our best interest to operate and your best interest as far as long-term financial. So we haven't increased the number of cars we're looking to replace. It's staying the same.
Mr. Chair, I would just propose maybe we could have 1 car next year. That would give us 35,000.
It would give you the 1-year payment. And as I explained last week, we've actually had to go from 3-year financing to 4-year financing to meet the budget. So we haven't really recovered for that, and our hope is to create capital accounts. We didn't bring that forward this year because we realized it's really not a good time to create savings accounts. So we're dealing with what must have. So what you're actually budgeting for is an accumulative payment on the vehicles we are replacing. So if you were to cut a car, you'd be cutting $12,000.
It's just that, you know, and I understand
Oh, no, I'm
what
explaining
you're
to you.
point, but it's also that we've got to start cutting 16,800, the 12,000 here, the 10,000 there. We're not doing that. We're way off already, not my words, but someone else's, and we've got to find a way. We don't want to cut salaries, and I understand that, or we don't want to cut increases, not salaries. But we have to start finding a way. No, we're not getting it. Thank you.
Mr. Haynes?
I move to approve the budget as is.
Moved and seconded to approve the sheriff's budget as is. Further discussion? Not all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
Civil process budget?
Civil process.
I can't really say more than I said last week, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Civil process. Civil process.
No, I got a civil's one too.
Oh, this is you too, sorry.
I got like 3 in a row.
Have a good evening.
It's like Groundhog Day for the sheriff.
Yeah.
Civil process.
Just to refresh your memory a little, it's a 4-man unit, 3 vehicles, 4-person unit, 3 vehicles. All machetes.
Mr. Chair, I move to cut 2,000 out of budget 1076. Looking at uniforms, office supplies, and historical.
Yeah, I can second that.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Lloyd. Have 2,000 from the budget.
Just for clarification, you're just looking for 2,000 on, you're not pegging it somewhere, it's just.
Ultimately.
It's just more justification, basically, is what I'm saying, but yes.
No,
it's-
so
you
we can serve,
choose
okay, thank you.
Yes.
Within legal ramifications, you choose, but
Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of the budget at $249,690 for the sheriff? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, death benefits.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the law enforcement death benefit budget 2021 as presented.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Godu, seconded by Commissioner Roy to approve the death benefit budget as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Carries unanimous. Communications, 1078.
I think the increase in this one you'll find is, if you remember during negotiations, there was a stipend given to all the employees in there to keep up with the market, and that pretty much is what's causing the increase.
That's that $80,000 difference from last year.
I can't say that it's the $8,000 difference. What I can tell you, without looking through, is that there was nothing new added. It was all status quo. There's no additional staff.
What I'm saying is the salaries last year was budgeted $491 and this year is $570.
Yeah,
So
and that
that's-
would be employees hitting steps as well as the dollar stipend they all received. Because pretty much we were paying way under market. I mean, we're the PSAP for a dispatch center locally that was paying their dispatchers more, and we were handling the emergency issues before transferring calls, so. And then to keep up with Lewis and Auburn Con. It's a different market, I guess is what I can say, so that dollar was more than justified, but now it's reflected in the budget.
And the tower expenses, we keep budgeting 2,500, but there was only like 953 so far. And
Spent so far?
And there was 0 in 2019.
Ironically, they just wanted to do some work up in one of the towers.
Is that just maintenance on the towers that we rent?
Well, it is, or it could be repairs that come up, like antennas break, or things that need to be done. The call today was they wanted to cut trees because they were interfering with something. So that'll have a cost to it. Not saying that that's what we're spending it on, but I'm just trying to think off the top of my head what it could incorporate. And again, I'd like to repeat that when it comes to the center, we have been looking for the past 3 years about staffing. And now's not the time, nor do we put in a request, but for one forearm, we are planning to make that request in future years. With the increased call volume we're experiencing, with the state police call sharing agreement gone away, as well as the activity of the guys out there. Mechanic Falls PD added a patrolman that's going to increase our call volume for self-initiating things. Sabatis PD did the same as well, and our guys are out there handling more. We still only have 2 dispatchers on duty, all but 8 hours a day, so 16 hours a day. It's something we'll need to address in the future, but we're getting by for now.
Commissioner Amador.
Chair, unless there's anything more, I'd like to approve the communications budget as presented by the sheriff.
Move to accept the communications budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, move to second. Approve the budget as presented.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose an amendment to reduce that amount by 3,200. Thank you. We do lodging awards, those sort of things.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to reduce the budget by 3,200.
Since we're on the discussion around that, they have uniforms, is that right?
Yes. They have not this uniform because we had issues in the past where when they were wearing these uniforms, they'd go to Cumberland Farms and people would mistaken them for law enforcement, which caused some safety concerns. So they're in a cargo pant, a variety of shirt colors with the logo embroidery, as well as jackets that are embroidered, but it's civilian attire. I can't see a polo shirt in effect. And yes, they are covered under the collective bargaining agreement as far as uniform loans goes. Shoes are probably the most expensive thing we buy for them, or boots.
So the motion is on the amendment to the main motion to reduce the budget by 3,200. Board ready for a vote? All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 5-2.
So now 25,418.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
We have 1090, auditing.
Mr. Chair, did we vote on the main motion because the amendment?
Actually,
the main motion.
That's a good point. We did not vote on the main motion, I apologize. The amendment to the main motion was passed. Now the pleasure of the board to pass the main motion as amended by Commissioner Dorf.
Voting yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carried.
Chair, may I make a motion to approve the auditing budget 2021 as presented?
Commissioner Maduro, move to accept the auditing budget as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Kristen.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend it to 12,500. Seeing, looking at the historical, that's more than justified. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to amend the budget to $12,500. For discussion, we move for a vote on the amendment.
Do we know what they're gonna charge, or is that just anticipating increase?
He's looking at.
It's supposed to stay the same as this current year. I'm pretty sure that's what that budget is.
10,000. 10,000.
I don't know if maybe they're discounting it as we go, but it's budgeted at what they've told me it's going to be.
14,500.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would point out that we've budgeted 14.5 each year, if they're telling us that. It's kind of interesting that we keep on getting 11,300 or 11,300, 10,900.
They're not done the jail portion of it, right? Is that
Right.
included with this
and
section?
Well, the jail would not be in here, it would be in the
Okay.
jail.
So then, it's a legitimate question. I mean, if we're budgeting 14,500 and last year's 2019 was 11,300 and he's completed the budget for FY20, I mean, for completed this year's budget, and that's the bill. What
Right.
What else would we have?
The only explanation I could have that it's under is because before when they were giving us quotes, they were doing a lot of the work.
Right.
Now we're doing it in-house.
Right.
So I think they're just billing us for their actual hours, and it's not making it to the contract. Maybe it would come under, now
Well, I mean,
that
that's
we
the
are in-house doing the work.
Right, that's the expectation, right?
Right. So, possibly.
And thank you for doing that work, if that's what's causing it. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote on the amendment?
Can you repeat what the amendment?
The amendment
12,500, Mr. Chair.
reduces the budget to $12,500. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. What's that?
Who's seconding
Mark did. Mark.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Roy did. Thank you. Motion passes, that the amendment passes.
I'll retract my motion, so.
We'll track that, it becomes a friendly motion, so the budget passes. 2002, AvCog.
Sorry, interest was between the two.
Interest,
He's on interest.
2,000.
It's the tab.
It's the tab throwing everybody off.
Just keeping you on your toes.
I vote to, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to accept the $80,000 budget.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget as proposed.
Not to belabor it anymore, but you had mentioned that in the future it'd be 1.5%. Is that $80,000, 1.5% interest in the future 10?
Approximately. I never know how much we're gonna be borrowing, because I don't know when.
Mr. Chair? That 10 on that, and then I'm looking at a reduction from last year. Cash flow improved to be able to have the reliance on the TAM actually decrease. I have concern with that.
Well,
I'm not gonna argue the good thing, but I'm just.
right, we sent out
everybody-
a tax
everything is-
levy last year, for 2019, that's just about to be paid by the municipalities now. So we imagine that our cash flow from those is going to be based off of last year's taxes. You get one.
No, I did.
And also the lower,
like
and
a
also the
regular-
lower interest
yeah.
rate. That's really what it was.
Because I know communities struggle with that, because it's actually, we have to make that to the youth folks as one of our heavy hitters, and that depletes our cash flow, so we rely more on the TAM, is my point.
Right, I'm expecting if we keep this budget at 0, then our TAN interest for 2022 would be higher, because we're gonna have a lower, a lower cash flow, because the tax won't go. Yeah.
You're out, is what you're saying. I'm good, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ready for a vote? All those in favor of approving the budget as presented? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair.
I would like to make a motion on AvCog, account 2002.4715. I would like to make a motion for $0.
Moved by Commissioner Larry.
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Kelly to have the budget for APCOG be zero. Discussion.
Just say, I think, it's not much money, and there's a tremendous benefit to the towns in Muscatine County. I know it's a difficult thing to measure, but it is real. They provide a lot of services, and I do support it, even though to some extent they compete with the business that I work for. But nevertheless, it is, I think that they do good work, and it's a pretty modest amount. So that's why I'm supportive of it. Also, the other counties are a part of it as well that are involved. So kind of the outlier of that.
All right. Commissioner Larry.
Mr. James on the speak.
I'd like the town's opinion on that, actually.
Brand new item last year, and it was very contested both here and in the budget. It ultimately passed, which is why you're seeing it now. I guess I would flip it and say, from Mr. Post, have you guys seen any benefit for the value that's come through? You can speak to that.
Well, just, there's, the umbrella is huge, but the number one biggest thing that always pays for itself is they buy bulk salt. And that pretty much pays for the amount that they save, pretty much pays for the cost over and over again. The economy's a scale thing. And so that's it's like the clearest thing you can, point at, but it is huge. It's business counseling, whether it's, to handle, the dynamic business market right now with COVID and that sort of thing, how to reach their clients, how to stay open. It's so broad. It's also economic development in Muscatine County.
I'm sorry,
Did you take advantage of bulk salt?
I didn't know anything about it.
Get on board, because he's absolutely right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if Commissioner Medora, as he said, that his company may compete with this group, he should not be advocating for or against it. He should have recused himself immediately or sat in the audience and spoke as a citizen as the bylaws or charter require. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would respectfully request he recuse himself from this vote and from any further discussion.
I would agree if he was advocating against it.
But it would not be fair.
It's a tricky area, and the gentleman who would makes a good point, unless the commissioner wants to recuse himself.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I would just respectfully state, the bylaws don't state whether it would not be fair to argue against or for this. It's best to recuse yourself in that position.
The chair inquires of the commissioner, are there other companies that also compete with APCOG?
Oh, sure, yeah, it's basically, again, big umbrella, very small thing, mapping. They used to get, they get a lot of grants from the federal government. In the past, they used to get grants for mapping and whatnot. So they provided benefits to towns for mapping. We do mapping. It doesn't matter.
Regarding the conflict of interest discussion, if yours was the only company in the state that was available to compete, then that would be different. If it's a class of companies, which it sounds like it is, there's probably no need to recuse yourself.
Mr. Chair, respectfully disagree.
I have a question about this. So is this $7,500 the member dues that they're assessing to everybody, and so it's an all or nothing type of thing?
This is scale.
But it's not like anything we either accept it or we don't accept, or we're not members.
I think so.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Question for Dave. How many tons of salt do you guys buy annually a year?
1 ton,
1 ton?
sometimes ton and a half, depends on the winter.
So it's not a significant amount, but there is a benefit there.
More for the city, Administrator, want to weigh in on that? You inquired what kind of value we've been getting.
Well, because this year, this is a tough year, and this is the first year that we've joined them. And so it's almost impossible to give a good answer. Although, I know right now they're busily upping businesses and so on. Get through this time, they've gotten federal grants to, specifically for businesses to recover. And, so a lot of what they do is area-wide that really affects everybody.
Commissioner Warren, then Commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that, I think the value isn't necessarily a direct value to the county itself, but more to the county government itself, more to the county people and county businesses, and I think it's valuable that we support them. If it were not an all or nothing type of thing, I would be in favor of reducing it, but if it's an all or nothing type of thing, I'm not gonna, I would support staying with it.
Commissioner Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just state, just ask the commission to consider two things. Many of these nonprofit groups that ask us for money, they offer very intangible benefits. I can find many intangible benefits online, in my emails, etc. I would also state, are we willing to then cut salary increases or the 3% increase by $7,500? Because every vote that we take right now to keep increasing these groups that aren't essential, this is not the same as making sure that we have the controls in the jail, which that is a logical case. I would just urge us, we have to start cutting now, or we need to really be willing to start cutting increases on that, or cutting that 3% increase in about 20 minutes or 10 minutes. Thank you.
Board ready for a vote. The motion is to pass the budget at a rate of 0 for AVCOG. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries forward.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to reduce Tacoma County Extension 2005, or budget item 2005, 4715 to $31,799. That would need a second for discussion, and then we have to discuss.
We have a second to that motion.
Second for just
Seconded by Commissioner Kelly. And the number was, what was it, 40?
$20,000.
$31,799. I would just point out to the commission on page, this third page of their document they gave us, that it says the county commissioners may, if they deem it justifiable, adopt an appropriate budget for the county extension program and levy a tax therefore. In the past meeting, that was something we had to appropriate, but this document here states may, so.
Commissioner Maduro?
Yeah, just trying to, I was looking at it again and thinking what, I was confusing the two, and I was thinking, what is it? And now I'm remembering it's the office where the cooperative extension lives in Lisbon, and so, and this is kind of been almost, you know, the state set up the program in such a way that you know, if we want to benefit to help our economy with the services that they do, that we have to pitch in a certain amount of money. So, you know, if we give them less, I don't know exactly what that means, because, you know, they're mostly fixed costs for that office itself. So I'm worried about them being able to provide the services that they do offer to the county. And they also get a lot of federal grants, and I think that benefits Androscoggin County quite a bit. Also, you know, it's in Androscoggin County where it services Saginaw County as well. So, and it's in Lisbon. So I think that's a bit of a win-win with that. They also provide money to it, but we get to have it in Lisbon. Also, they don't own the building; they pay rent, so they pay taxes. So I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ward?
I would also point out that their budget is flat from one year to the next, meaning their operational budget for their office is flat from one year to the next. And this portion of ours is really our portion, which is in Saginaw and Androscoggin.
Further discussion? The motion is to pass the budget at a rate of $31,799. rather than 51,500, 51,799. All those in favor, vote yes. Those opposed, vote no.
Chair.
Motion fails. Commissioner Wood.
May I make a motion to approve the Twitter County Extension budget at $50,000?
Moved by Commissioner Maduro to approve the budget of $50,000. We have a second for that.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Warren.
You'll just have to.
Oh, I mean, ever since my very first budget here, I've always been told that this was mandated by the state. I went through the same exercise, I guess, that Commissioner Larry did when I actually went back and read it. It's not mandated by the state. It's just a program that we can get on board with, and they created a vehicle that we could get on board with. If we have $51,799 this year, I'd like to invest it in our employees as opposed, and so take care of our obligations in-house here.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
I have a question for Commissioner Krishna. Are you advocating for a motion for reconsideration? Obviously, being on the prevailing side, you have the ability to, but I do not. Are you advocating to, on this University and Cooperative Extension, are you offering an amendment? Or
I think she's saying she's going to vote no on my proposal.
Mr. Chair, I move $0 as an amendment.
Are we still in conversation?
We're still on extension.
No, I know conversation.
We are Representative Commissioner Larry just moved to amend the main motion to 0. Is there a second for that?
Second first.
Moved and seconded to reduce the budget to 0. Any discussion?
Didn't we just vote that down?
No, 31,000 is what we.
Oh, that's right.
If in Commissioner Kirchner's idea of trying to save that money for the employees, I think this is an excellent time to do so at that point then.
Sure, let's call the question on his motion and see what we get.
Let's do that. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of reducing the budget to 0? Raise your hand. All those opposed? 4 to 3. So that passed by 4 to 3, I believe. Is that right? Let's do a roll
Yeah,
call.
4 to 3.
4 to 3. Motion to reduce the budget to 0 passed by 4 to 3. Right?
Mr. Chair, I move to change account 2020-4715 to $0. We're getting close to our $300,000 that we need to save.
I had a motion on the
That's
table.
Western Transportation. What, I didn't hear a motion made.
It's fine, I'll retreat my motion.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, the amendment passed.
That's
Okay,
fine.
my apologies, Mr. Chair, I was
My apologies.
jumping up.
Commissioner Larry moves that the Western Maine Transportation Services budget reduced to 0.
So I'm sorry, did we vote on the actual budget for the extension service office?
Thank you very much. We voted to approve my amendment, so yeah, we should.
We voted to approve his amendment to reduce the budget to 0. But then,
We don't have any action.
right, we didn't actually vote on the budget itself, right?
So, Mr. Chair, you call the question.
We take, but Commissioner Maduro said he withdrew his motion, so.
I did indeed.
Okay.
It becomes a,
I did. I won't belabor it anymore.
So it becomes a,
Commissioner Maduro is moving us along.
okay, great.
So we're now on the Western Maine Transportation Services.
Mr. Chair, I move $0 for Western Maine Transportation Services.
It's already been moved and seconded, was it?
Just wanted to make sure.
It's a motion on the floor for $0. Commissioner Maduro? It's not seconded. There there a second for Commissioner Larry's motion to fund our Western Maine Transportation?
I'll second for
Section. Moving second to fund transportation. Zero.
I think when we have in our mind that every person in Chicago County is gonna be feeling the pinch from what's going on. And as that happens, and as we see that happen, access to transportation to get to their job and healthcare, whether it is to get, a test or to keep themselves safe, is gonna become increasingly important. I think it's important in rather affluent times, but it's especially important in the worst of times for people to be able to get to their job so the economy can move on. And having transportation from the city out and from rural areas in and all around is exceedingly important. And I've seen this very compelling argument, and I would just implore the notion that if they're not satisfied with 40, that we give them something. The benefit to Androscoggin County is so much more than that. Not only because of the fat matching funds, but just keeping someone employed, making it so they can get to their job means so much. The dignity of work is important, but not only that, the economy is important, and getting people where they need to be is crucial. And so we want, we talked about, every business is important and every business is crucial, and we talked about that a while ago. Well, getting there, getting people who are employed there is important. And we know that a lot of families have to make hard decisions, and we need them to be able to get to work and get to what they need. So that's why I implore us to we vote for something. I'm in favor of the $40,000, and so that is where I want to go.
Who's next? Commissioner Larry or Commissioner? Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll wait for Commissioner Roy.
Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Commissioner Madore. I do see the value in these, in Western Maine Transportation as well as the Extension Service Office and AVCOG. I personally see more broader value than just what we as a government receive. So I would, again, support keeping it at 40,000.
Commissioner Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the desire, but I also, talking with a elderly friend and yes, a constituent as well, but just a friend in my opinion, but I still have the responsibility of representing him. And he's taken care of someone that's also older. And, you mentioned, when you become a senior, you gotta have your property taxes frozen. And I have another person that's a senior in my district as well that, has mentioned the frustration with their property taxes rising. Social Security does not jump as fast as the taxes. And, those difficulties of just maintaining the dignity of having your own home versus getting stuffed into Section 8 housing because of higher taxes. And I think it would be more compassionate for us to allow people to keep their own money so they can decide what to do with it, whether they want to pay a bus fare or not. I understand the needs, but I also see the untold needs when people come. Every person that came here tonight that spoke up asked for us to cut spending. And now is the time to do that. And this is not the program to keep going with. We didn't do it before, and it's time to cut it back. Thank you.
Can I just add, I concur with Commissioner Bedore's statements. I think there's a multiplier effect that happens. When you get people to work, if they're not at work, they're on unemployment, that costs us money. And I also favor the seniors. I think that, they'd be favored a bit. If you're not a senior, not handicapped, and everybody else has to get a job. So I'll probably be voting for this in some form.
Mr. Chair, could I ask, would you consider 20,000 then, sir?
I will, that's not on the table. It's not before us. Commissioner Midler, Commissioner Kelly, please.
If it's possible, I would like to propose an amendment to lower our contribution, but still contribute $25,000. If you look at the numbers, I mean, of course, the cities of Lewiston and Auburn have the highest ridership numbers, but I mean, look at Lisbon, 403 riders. Look at Livermore Falls, 939. Mechanical Falls, 386. You know, the effects and need is far reaching, not only in the cities. You know, we can't discount, you know, those in our districts that utilize the service. So I propose that amendment.
I accept that amendment, or friendly amendment.
Becomes a friendly amendment if seconded.
I second.
Seconded. A friendly amendment to fund the Western Maine transportation at $25,000. Commissioner Miller.
Chair, I could go on, but I would like to take a moment and allow representative of Western Maine to make a statement of some sort, because he has patiently waited to
Absolutely.
10:07, you know, to hear our outcome. So I think it'd be great for him to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Madore. We get the fiscal strain that's going to be visited on everybody. And Commissioner Larry, I appreciate what you're saying. I would like to remind you that not only are we getting people to work, but we're also taking a lot of seniors to shop, to medical appointments. So we are helping seniors to stay in their homes. We are helping seniors to get to the essential services they need, as well as getting people to work. In council with my management team, the amount that we would need at a dead minimum to maintain services for right now is $30,000. That's $10,000 off of our request, which is not frivolous. The $40,000 is not frivolous in any way, shape, or form. But if you absolutely have to cut us, please do not cut us below $30,000, or there's going to be some pretty serious service repercussions. We really don't want to see that happen, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic, especially as we're working toward recovery. So if you can keep us at least that whole, we'll be able to work to maintain services for the year, and then hopefully we'll get some additional aid in what comes back after the pandemic. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Can I amend my amendment?
Commissioner Larry, want to?
third that?
Yes.
Yes, second.
Amendment now has been friendly amended to 30,000.
We're going in the right direction. We're going in the right direction. Can I speak? In fact, this is year 3 on this item. One of the things that I was most encouraged with last year is the tone and change from Lewiston and Auburn. If you guys remember, this was the #1 item that you guys received feedback from both city administrators of both Lewiston and Auburn. And Lisbon wasn't standing with odd man out in tone from 1 year. The power of what he can actually leverage for every dollar put in, it is better to actually fund this to the county than it is on the backs of the individual communities. And the fact that I advocate that it actually remain at $40,000, because the power of that dollar from the federal funds is amazing. Ridership in Lisbon is up 100 compared to the previous year. We heard statistics associated with Lewiston and Auburn, the fact that ridership is up in a situation where there is a pandemic. The growth that they're talking about for patterns associated, it's not even my notes. But I have to thank Councilor Ray. The fact that things that have happened in just the last 2 years, he's got an amazing program, wonderful people. Don't slow their roll. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cerveris?
Yes, sir.
Last year it was, I believe, 2-to-1 or better than 2-to-1 matching grant, is that correct, for federal funds? This year was, I think you said 1-to-1 or close to 1-to-1.
It varies. It's better than 1-to-1. Right now, I can't Beg pardon?
1.5?
Roughly 1.5, but I don't want to overstate. The formula grants shift depending on where the monies are drawn down from. And I was advised just to say that we can always promise better than 1-to-1, but I was not given a firm amount. That may have something to do with the way the formula grants are being administered, and that's not knowledge that I have, but I can try to get that information.
You also get some state monies as well?
That varies. The state only funds public transit statewide through revenues generated from rental vehicles. Occasionally, they will dip into the general fund to add. Typically, that is most applied toward the acquisition of vehicles, not toward operating costs. So does the state kick in a little bit? Yes, sometimes more than others. We had the Volkswagen emissions settlement. That has provided money for replacement vehicles. That's been great. But there are a lot of vagaries that we can't count on, and right now, especially the situation that we're in, we have no idea what the state's going to be able to provide in the coming fiscal year.
So you also get money from, according to your document, United Way?
We have
You get
limited
fares,
money from the United Way. We have fare box revenues. They are not able to be applied to draw down federal match. That's just a simple pass-through on.
True, but you also get money, I read in here about a Bath, business anchor in Bath, and I think you were getting some funding from Sunday River or one of the ski slopes from
The
last
ski
year.
buses we separate from the rest of our services because those funds are completely consumed by the ski bus services. And the money that we're getting from the anchor of that service in Bath is only to fund pilot service that we'll hopefully be getting on the road in September.
Yeah, thank you. For the more information has been helpful, but it didn't really sway my support to the $40,000. So right now I'd like to call the question on the motion, which was 30. I'm going to vote no, because I do believe that should be 40. But bare minimum, I think we can come to agreement that 30 is good.
Mr. Chair, would not the call the question require a second?
The chair can move the question if there's no objection.
Yes. There is an objection, respectfully, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
If I could please ask another question or two, please.
The two questions.
Thank you. So with those fundings, for a private company to compete with your organization would be very difficult if they were not getting federal funds. Those are federal tax dollars. It's very difficult to get for a private company to have any chance of competing at the fare rates that you have, and all of that you described as money coming in would all be in one pot, so to speak, and they would have to come up with that kind of money. So I contest that this is such a great idea, and also your ridership has changed significantly since last year. I can't even track the numbers compared to before. Does this include CityLink? Because there's like 229,000.
No, it does not include cities.
Because it's confusing compared to see you go from one year to the next, go to 200 plus thousand.
There were numbers last year that were not included due to a data, it wasn't a mistake, it was the way it was categorized. And we missed that. It was counted in other documents. But the ridership has gone up.
The trips, how many trips equated to what I saw in your document?
I don't track your question, I'm sorry. Can you restate that?
In your previous years, you provided trips and riders.
Yes.
And it was markedly problematic on the number of riders. But I see no trips listed here, so I cannot see how many people were on a bus. And that is, in the previous years, it was like 1 or 2 people. And that's just, it's not an efficient means.
Chair, I'm sorry, Councilor Larry, I truly don't understand what you're asking.
If you have the trips the last year's budget showed trips and it showed riders. And you can start doing the math and figure out how much it costs, and you're driving a bus around to haul 2 people around. That's not an efficient way to move people. And I would just point out with those that are getting impatient, the taxpayers waited and left because of this process. They're not here to speak out for their experiences. They told us what they wanted already, and we could save $10,000 at this point, or we can decide not to, and we can decide to take that out of people's pay increases. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Are we ready for the question?
It's not a direct line from one to the other. In that regard, the fact is, I've already presented that this has 100% support from both LA and Lisbon at this point. And the fact that to be able to say cuts associated with that, to pick the one program associated with that, is picking and choosing, in all due respect.
Respectfully.
Are you ready for the question? I will be voting against the motion to, and intending to vote for the full funding. Any further discussion? The motion before us is to fund the matter at $30,000. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion fails 6-1.
Chair,
Chair will entertain a motion to.
may I make a motion to approve the budget as presented?
I second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the budget as presented. All those in favor? Those opposed?
Mr. Chair, I request the manager reflect, this is socialism, it should not be tolerated, and it's a waste of money.
Thank you, Commissioner.
In accord, be reading
Thank you,
it on last year.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item before us.
That was really rude.
So, hey, board is in order. Board is in order. Next item before us is insurance.
Nope.
Nope.
Soil
Right,
conservation.
soil and conservation.
No, just the
employee
benefits.
You did that, didn't you?
Employee benefits.
Did I skip one?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me, I was doing so well.
It was the big one.
Oh, I was doing so
Or
well.
the big one.
I'll
Oh,
make
that's a
this
good
easy
one.
for you. Make a motion, we accept this as,
We balanced the budget, let's go.
I mean, this one is what it is, and accept it as
I'll second that.
presented.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget as presented.
Just a notation that it isn't necessarily what
Right,
it
yes,
is,
this
because
one is
we
fluid.
don't know what the actual increase is going to be until
Of course.
end of this month or the 1st of October.
Is the board ready for the question? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Chair, I move $0 for 2035, Androscoggin Soil Conservation District.
We move to fund the soil and water conservation at a rate of $0. Is there a second for that? The motion dies for lack of a second. We have another motion. Motion to go.
Chair, for the reasons that it would devastate this organization if we approved it as zero, I'm looking to approve the budget as presented.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the soil and water conservation budget as presented. No further discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries 5-2.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Larry.
I move 2050 insurance at $100,000, stating, I think I have a note here, there was no reason why the workman's comp would go up from a staff member, I believe.
We're going to fund the budget at $100,000. Chair will second that. Discussion?
Sounds fine.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries.
You're in some cases putting us in an impossible situation. We already know that there's going to be an increase in our audible contents insurance. You know, so we increased it, but not, you're putting us to the point where if we have to spend it, we may be over budget, and I don't like that situation.
All of the,
So you're saying that we have new information and that the
Yeah,
automobile insurance will be more?
All I know is that there's a range that we've been given from generally be from 2 to 5% increase, and we don't have the actual numbers yet, but that's the range. So we did a prudent thing and increased it a little bit from our budget. Anyway.
all of the members have voted on the prevailing side. Any one of us can move to reconsider our action whereby we passed it to 100,000 minimum issue.
Well, I mean, if Administrator Post, you know, he's not spoken in opposition to much of any of the cuts that.
Not that I didn't want to.
Right, but, you know, if this, you know, change is, you know, if he's not for it, then I would like to consider the vote, again, as possible.
Commissioner Maduro moves that we reconsider our action whereby the insurance budget was passed at a rate of 100,000. The insurance budget was passed at a rate of $100,000. Do I hear a second for that?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded to reconsider our actions. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries 5-2.
Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt the budget as presented.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Michael to accept the budget as presented. All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 6-1. We do with the extension budget, extension service?
We
cut it to zero.
To zero. And was that what Commissioner Roy wanted to do?
No, because I wanted to keep it. I think it was my motion, Mr. Chair, I believe.
Yeah, there was, the first motion was to make 32,000, and then later it became zero.
I think I voted on the prevailing side. Is anyone not?
To reconsider? I would absolutely like to reconsider.
I'd like to, I move we consider the extension service budget. I voted in the extension service budget.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Chair, is there discussion?
Yes, we can discuss it at this point.
I would just respectfully say we either cut in some areas or we're gonna really need to think about cutting raises for employees. And I agree with the desire to make sure people get raises. But we've got to consider what we're doing. And we're not going to get there doing this. Thank you, that's all I'll say.
I'd like to see us fund the extension service at some amount.
Maybe 179.
His original proposal was to fund it at 50,000.
So if we did reconsider our action, we could then take a motion to fund it as
My proposal or Mr. Commissioner Mador's proposal?
I think Commissioner Mador requested 50,000, you originally requested 30,000.
30,000.
The motion before us is to reconsider our action, which will put us in a posture where we can make a new motion. Raise the question?
Didn't we pass it? Did we pass it at 50?
No, pass it at zero.
Pass it at zero. All those in favor of reconsidering our action? All those opposed? Motion passes 6-1. We're now ready for a motion, a new motion on the extension service.
Mr. Chair.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve $45,000 for the cooperative extension. And not to belabor it anymore, but I think that this pandemic, and when we're talking about the cars, when we see that this global world is, you know, really puts pressure on us, and the cooperative extension, it gives avenues to our community to kind of allow for self-sufficiency. So that's why I'm proposing something.
I'll second the 45,000.
The original budget, how much?
15.7.
So the original budget is 51,799, proposal is now for 45,000. Did we get a receipt second on that? Commissioner Roy, second on that. Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Larry?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, where are we at financially at this point at our goal? Without the change?
179,304.
Thank you.
So is 45 the number we want?
Mr. Chair, I move 50,000 as an amendment, or I mean 30,000 as an amendment.
Commissioner Larry moves to amend the amended proposal to the motion to 30,000. Do we have a second for that?
Second for discussion.
I think that.
That at least funds them.
What's that?
That at least funds them to the desire of some, while still helping us set another 20,000 aside, or 21,000, et cetera, aside for the employees.
Just, comment, I think there's a direct relationship with the amount of money we give them, the amount of services that they can offer. So less money we give them, less services they can offer. I'll leave it at that.
Would the board entertain an amendment to the amendment of 35,000?
I seconded it, but the motion.
Larry says okay. So the motion before us is the amendment to the amendment of funding at $35,000. You ready for the question? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries for budget two. Motion carries, sorry.
So is it 35 is the final amount that we approve?
35. AvCog.
Mr. Chair, I think we should at least go back to the main, or make that the main motion, at least go just for procedure.
Thank you, Commissioner Larry. So the motion now is to pass the main motion as amended at 35,000. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries, sorry, 60 now. AvCog, having voted on the prevailing side, I would move reconsideration of our action whereby we funded AvCog at a rate of 0.
We already did, we voted on that.
Yes, and I voted with you.
Yes.
So I'm moving reconsideration.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
To reconsider. Yes.
Reconsider, yeah. 3-4 passes 4, 5 to 2, I guess.
Opposed?
61. And that was an all or nothing 7,500, is that recall?
And
Chair,
that
I move
number,
3,500.
it came in about 73 something, but they always readjust their dues, if you remember last year in December. And so I'm the one that actually rounded it up to the 75. But
I'm enrolled in some of the statements that people have made, including Mr. Ward, that we gained a lot from that.
Mr. Chair, I move 3,500.
Commissioner Larry moves to amend the,
Yes.
there's no motion on the table. Commissioner Larry moves 3,500. Do we have a second for that? Hearing none, no one wants to take a motion.
I'll move to pass it at 75.
Moved by Commissioner Roy to pass after 35.
75.
75.
75.
Additional amount, 7,500. 7,500. Seconded by Commissioner Madore. All those in favor? 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. You voted for it too.
I voted for it.
Yeah, there's 4 of us.
Okay, we have 4 votes.
4 in favor, 3 against.
4 in favor. Okay, the motion passes 4 to 3. That concludes our direct review of the budget.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Per the bylaws, we actually need to vote to extend this meeting at this point.
Regular board.
Regular Board of Commissioners Commissioners meetings will adjourn no later than 10 PM Eastern Time unless extended by a majority vote of the Board of Commissioners. I make a
Correct.
motion to extend the meeting just for the purposes of getting this done, that to stay procedurally correct.
I'm committed to stay here all night to get it done.
We'll take that as a motion. Take that as a motion by Commissioner Lenore. Do I have a
I
second?
already made a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Indeed,
Call it a
consider a second by Commissioner Lenore to extend the meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Sure, I know we're gonna kind of settle up here, but since like the revenues is an area to also be improved. Yes. Which.
Right, so in my calculations, we gained 128,479 on that, on expenditures, which means we need to have 241, 167 extra in revenues. And the easiest place to get that is through the reserves and the surplus, the budgeted use of surplus. Obviously, the surplus is at 881, which, as Mr. Post has already said, is very low for an organization this size. I agree with him. Even if there's no addition to surplus, 881 would be this year's ending unassigned fund balance. Right now, we're budgeting to use 230, which is up from 200,000 last year, but we budgeted to use 200,000. If his projections come in that we actually won't use any, then that means that we didn't use 200,000. So my suggestion is to increase the estimated use of surplus by, let's see, we gotta get to 241. Well, I would suggest doing it by at least another 150,000 to bring it up to 380, which would, if the unassigned surplus doesn't move at all from FY 2019, would mean that we're budgeting to end 2021 with a unassigned fund balance of 500,000, basically. And then I would also recommend increasing the use of the county reserve from 50,000 to 100,000.
So sorry to summarize, it's you're proposing 100
Okay, so I'm
estimated surplus and then 50.
proposing for, on the revenue sheet that they have here, 9,000 line estimated surplus, proposing that to 380,000. And the county reserve amount to 100,000. And also, if my calculations are correct, the AEMA matching funds were based off of what we approved for budget would be reduced from 143,045 to 133,972, or 922, I'm sorry.
Reduce from what we're looking at?
The 50% matching funds would end up bringing it down to 133,972, roughly.
On the revenue side?
On the revenue side. On line 9,025.
Mr. Roy, Mr. Chair, can I offer something from you?
Please.
Mr. Roy's observation originally, when we were talking with the jail, he talked about the building reserve account, the 366. I don't know if there's any consumption associated with that, but there's 74 grand in Dave's building account. Is there anything of that that actually can be earmarked from that usage? Likewise, there's 44 grand in sheriff's budget under communications, and 118 grand in the comms budget as well. If any of those actually meet that criteria, that may be a consideration. I don't know, and Mr. Post would be your resource on that.
Some of those, there's an update on that that you apparently don't have. So it's updated. Some of those were carryovers that have already been used. For example, Dave's reserve, there's actually 69,000 of it was carryover that he's already used this year. And so.
I was referring to Mr. Roy's discussion of the 366, to be able to cover those specific items on the expense. Because I wasn't getting into anything more, because I figured I'd look at that with the county part of it. But I just know that he made that mention, and my comment at the time was ignore the jail part of it, because you gotta get back to the 2% funding. Look and see if there's anything else on this side of the budget to be able to use that reserve if you're gonna consider it at all.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Mr. Ward, are you, so you're saying like from the 30,000, or when we cut the building?
No, I'm
account,
saying
to
that,
30,000?
yeah, exactly.
That sort of
Dave's went to 34 that's left in that building, absolutely. And the fact is, if any of that can be used to the point that Mr. Roy was making for that reserve, based on what it was set aside for, it's another option. Likewise, the sheriff's budget's got 44,000, and the comm budget and the communications budget's also got 118,000 in the comm budget. Again, if that's what that reserve is for, that's another avenue, much like the fund balance that Mr. Roy is just looking at. You guys are more in the know of what those are for, because I'd have to look at my notes in their home. I'm relying on Councilor Ray to get me this far tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Mindoro.
So I would caution us to take more from our undesignated fund balance. But with that being said, I think we will be putting ourselves in potentially a precarious situation with having a small amount of money in the bank. But with that being said, I think that we're in a precarious situation, and I think that we have some obligations, and maybe we won't have 3% have a raise for our staff, but I think something is in order, and I want to see that happen. So as painful as it is for me, I do think that be in favor of Commissioner Roy's proposal.
I agree. I think, as I said before, generally we should be raising the taxes in good years to increase your fund balance to a healthy level, which I recall last year when I was looking at the 200,000 and I asked, well, should we use that? My suggestion was that we shouldn't have budgeted to use $200,000, and that would have required raising $200,000 more, which, okay, thankfully, it's taking place this year. But you want to use it in lean years, obviously cautiously, just because the idea is that you can't keep taxing people when they're not able to pay their taxes. Or not as well off to pay their taxes. I get that the whole, the mill rate, will be either down or the same. Yeah, that's nice, but from a cash out the door perspective, still I gotta pay this money, and I'd rather have a reduction, or an average taxpayer would rather have it be a reduction or at least no increase, which is what we're trying to get to. By adjusting the estimated surplus by 150,000 and the county reserve by 50,000 plus the differential in the matching funds, I'm coming up that we're just short of a flat budget by 50,000 to 90 if those are adjusted. So we're not too far off. And the thing is, you could actually find another 50,000 here and there just by estimating that you're gonna get a little bit more in revenue than what we've estimated, because, you know, the tendency is, and I agree with it, is to be conservative on what you think you'll pull in for probate and what you think you'll pull in for deeds. But, you know, there's possibly 50,000 more in revenue that we'll get in than what we're estimating here. So, I mean, I would even be comfortable saying, well, we didn't get to 0, we only increased it by 50,000, because what's that? Maybe 0.5%? Yeah, I mean,
Although I will just make my plug that I try to make every year. The percentage of increase that we give is a percent for, let's say we came in at 3% increase.
Yeah.
That 3% increase is 3% of the municipality's budget, or it's up to, I think there's one that has 6. But it's between 2.5% and 6% of their actual budgets, the tax bill that the citizen gets. So it's a 3%, if you did the 3% increase, it's a 3% increase on, in some cases, 3% of the total tax.
yeah, I get that.
Mr. Chair? By way of comparison, one of the things that Commissioner Roy has actually done throughout the course of the night that I appreciate is he's giving you perspective where you're at from the previous year or looking at other benchmarks. You guys looked at a budget last year and the grand sum from what you cut and the budgetary cut was minimal. You clearly sold the message here associated with this that we're talking 300,000 with clear cuts, not just focusing on reserves, which a lot of communities actually clearly did when they presented this year. So next year, if we're in the same situation, the bubble's gonna burst, because everybody's savings accounts are in the same position. What I would actually say to you is I applaud your effort, and it clearly sends a message to the budgetary committee that it is a different place and time, and you guys clearly took that advice.
Thank you, Alicia.
Yeah, so, sorry, I just need to stand, and this is a good excuse too. So I think what Mr. Ward just stole a little thunder, but the effort is there. You said it was verbally stated, a goal of 0%. If you don't hit it, I think that's okay. This is a real honest effort to tighten the belt on this side, so that it's not just, you know, when you look at 0% from the schools in Lewiston, 0% from the municipality in Lewiston, 3.6% county. It looks out of whack, and I think this has been a really good conversation, and some tough decisions have been made. When it comes to the budget committee, we can honestly go forward in our roles and say, this is the conversation that happened, and it was real, and, you know, if you get to the point where it's up to salary obligations, I think that's okay to stop there. So I get that 0 is the goal for a lot of you, but I think it's okay to fall a tiny bit short of that goal in preserving the folks who have done really great work too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just to comment about what the future of Androscoggin County in terms of our using our surplus, you know, ideally we should have been more than $4 million there. We've never been there. Most you've ever had is what we're talking about right now. And it takes a long time to get up to $4 million it's not designated surplus, you know, to be there. And ideally, that is where it should be. It's not going to stop me from voting yes.
I remember a meeting 4 years ago, there was one of you sitting in the room. The fact that 1:15, when a previous meeting broke up, I stormed out and left Norm vocal on to actually fix it. Because the fact that, unfortunately, at that place in time, you guys don't have a history of actually thinking much in the way of building. The discussion on the table that night was to actually raid fund balance to bring it to 0. Collectively, excuse my French, I lost my shit.
Yeah.
And I walked out.
Yeah.
It's a better place and time because I'm hearing a clear plan from 7 people. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, you know, I meant to mention during my part of the presentation about the staff and the value that they bring to us every day, all year long, and echo my colleague Tina Chenard's sentiments, in that as much as I respect what all of you are doing here tonight and have done a good job, a hard job, and I appreciate what Commissioner Krishna had proposed early on. I just wanted to express and echo what Tina Chenard said, was that especially considering that the staff, they are considered mandatory employees. You know, during this COVID period, when I wanted to shut the place down because we didn't know, there were so many unknowns, but they had to come, and they did, and they worked, as they always do, very hard and dedicated. And I can't speak highly enough about what everybody brings to this table in their jobs. And I really would be remiss if I were not advocating for some kind of an increase. Because when I first came here 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, you know, I heard a lot about a period where there were stipends and the venom and the hurt. I mean, what they take away when they're not appreciated or recognized is that there's no value there. And it doesn't reflect on you folks because you're a totally different board. But it's, you know, to give them something and express in that gesture. It may not be what we wanted to give them. I hope it is, but if it's not, at least it's something to reflect the value that I know all of us feel that they bring to the table. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Do we want to give some increase? I think that's the will of the commission. That's what we've been working so hard for. I would suggest we go with the 2.5% increase.
Thank you. Sorry, I appreciate that, and I want to continue with that. Right now, we're talking about the revenues, and I think that really is going to determine what our next steps are. So I want to tackle that first, because it's a really hard decision, and we gotta be in agreement on where we go with that.
I propose we edit the estimated revenues in the following lines: 9,000 to raise it to 380,000. I'm sorry, 9,000 estimated surplus. 9,000 transfer county reserve to 100,000.
I'm sorry, line item, sorry.
9,025 EMA matching funds to 133,922. If that gets approved by my calculations, then the amount that would be raised above and beyond last year's would be 50,000. It's just over 50,000, which is 0.45% budget increase, and that does not include any adjustments for the 3% across the board raise to non-union employees, which I also agree.
5% increase.
A 0.45% increase, which I agree, if we give union people raises but not non-union people raises, I think that's a problem.
So 0.04%, right?
Yes. No, 0.4%.
Less than 0.5%.
Right, just under 0.5% increase from last year.
You might make that up in insurance.
All right.
We hold that rate to the last week, and we actually kick it back to you guys to take care of it at that level, hoping that we get 2 extra weeks out of it, that Larry can bring you good news. We've seen it.
Commissioner Roy, is that a motion?
It was a motion to increase estimated surplus to 380, increase transfer reserve, county reserve to 100, and reduced EMA matching funds to 133,922.
Moved and seconded. further discussion?
Mr. Chair, if we do this, this would then negate any cuts we would make in about 2 minutes. There's that we shouldn't be talking about that at that point. Are we actually expending more from reserve or fund balance in order to do that?
Not if that's at 3%, nothing changes.
That will be discussed.
Okay, I'm just saying that I was told I should not talk about it now, but it's the same shell game I've seen before. We're gonna, I'm saying, I think we should leave the ability to set it at 2.5%. We're still giving people an increase. We're not cutting salaries, but I think these steps will actually keep that from being implemented. And we should keep some money on balance.
Very good.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of Commissioner Roy's motion? Raise your hands. All those opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Chair, is now the time to make a motion on the salary and wage increase for non-union employees.
Madam Vice Chair, it's another time.
Mr. Chair, I especially make a motion for 2.75% increase.
Okay, Commissioner Larry proposes 2.75% increase. .75% increase proposed by Commissioner Larry.
And that amounts to a difference of $3,500 from the budget if we.
Chair, if there's no second to Commissioner Larry's proposal, I would like to propose that we make no change to what is currently budgeted for wages and salaries.
Second that.
Moved and seconded to make no change to wages and salaries. Discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would just point out that government jobs are generally considered secure jobs. People make a conscious choice to go into those fields knowing that that job is typically considered essential and is going to be around in lean times and hard. There's going to be a lot of people. I hope this economy gets better, but without trying to be negative, I have very deep concerns, as has been echoed by others at this meeting tonight. And I think that we're not trying to take people and cut their salaries, but we're recognizing that there's a lot of other people that are probably not going to be getting increases if they even have a job next year. So I just think it's not irresponsible for us to bring this back to 2.75%.
Yeah, I could might talk about it for a bit, but I feel slightly obligated to prove it as it has been written into the budget. It's been talked about it a lot. I probably would compromise, but I think a deviation of that, may send wrong signals to the staff. And but again, what I said earlier about the salaries that some people make, it amazes me that we find such high caliber people the jobs for when I look at what the hourly pay comes down to. And so, I think 3% is pretty modest, and that's why I made that motion.
Sure. Discussion. I would just point out that that's sort of why it would have been better to address this at the beginning so that we could have got more getting there, but that's been decided, so thank you.
More comments? If not, all those in favor of Commissioner Madoya's motion, raise your hands. Those opposed?
Mr. Chair, I vote no. I request the minutes reflect there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be looking for work and hurting, and they're not going to get any raises, and I think it would have been at least appropriate for us to have gone for a lower amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Madoya.
Chair, on the budget, I'm asking the administrator and anyone else, is there anything else any action you need further on this or comment about it while we're here?
We need to formally pass the entire budget forward over to the budget committee.
That, well, that'll go to the budget committee on next Wednesday. And in the meantime, it looks like we got some work to do.
Technically, it's in a posture where someone could be considered part of the budget, so I think we should vote to pass the entire budget and send it to the budget committee. All those in favor? Move the budget to the budget committee, we're just moving on, we'll just do the budget committee. All those opposed, carried unanimous. Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, I'm looking at the time and that we have plenty on our agenda today, and I'm asking if we could move the payroll warrants ahead of the other items and table the other items for the following meeting.
That's a great
I have no objection.
Fantastic. That's a great suggestion. Any other bills?
No, we're gonna take it at once.
Oh, I
got you covered. We're gonna table it.
I got AP
We're gonna table everything else.
Looking for a motion to accept and approve the waiver of the reading of the minutes from last meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly. Seconded by myself.
I was have to stay, I was.
All in favor? Those opposed? Motion carries 5.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask that there would be better care given in recording those that are opposed. Thank you. On the minutes.
Just kind of comment, it hard to understand some email we got, but someone said they had trouble hearing us in the recording. I passed that on, but all that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve the warrants as presented by the treasurer on the agenda.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded to approve the warrants.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Commissioner Larry, was it? Reports, MCA?
Can we,
We're gonna table
I
it.
make a motion that we table the rest of the agenda to the
Right.
next meeting?
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to table the rest of the agenda. All those in favor? Those opposed?
Mr. Chair, make a motion to adjourn?
A motion to adjourn, move to adjourn.
Second.
I think seconded by Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor? Those opposed? Good evening.
Okay.
I could send.
So, did everybody sign?